We've got a friend in.
My phone says the event will begin in 0 minutes.
No minutes.
Oh,
Oh, I guess I could hit play.
that doesn't leave any
Oh.
minutes.
Oh, hey, we're going live.
Are we there? Are we there?
Should I watch later or watch it now?
Yeah, later's fine.
Yeah.
You probably got to do an intro right now.
Probably.
Oh, whoops.
We should probably do an intro.
Oh, yeah.
Something.
Are we live?
That's always the question.
Right?
It sounds a bit like you're live.
Oh,
Okay. Okay.
okay.
What's up?
Well, tell you what, I will
Ka-chow!
stop trying to figure out how to get that video to play.
Ka-chow!
Of us, 'cause
Okay.
I can see us because we're right here.
Because
in
we're
real life.
here. We can just talk to each other.
Yeah.
And not look at a screen.
Oh,
It-
too cute.
I don't
Stop.
recommend it though. It's not my favorite. Hello
Hello.
everybody, and welcome to Quarantinapalooza 63.
64 something.
64.
4, 3.
Okay.
We have a lost episode in there somewhere, so there's always, we have to get it.
More for the DVD.
back one of these days.
Math is.
Oh, we should record a secret lost episode at some point, and then after 10 years after this is over, release it.
Record it onto a wax cylinder.
I like
Yes!
Someone in
that.
Massachusetts has a wax cylinder, surely.
A wax cylinder. Yeah.
I had this desperate fantasy today as we were talking about the next episodes coming up and stuff like that Daniel's been secretly recording all of the shit we say when we're not on camera.
Oh God!
And he can put together a clip show of
No.
Running a secret OnlyFans of just your trash talk.
Never gonna be president now. Never gonna be president now.
Who was that band? Because they submitted a video. They did the. Oh, Jesus, this is gonna be a terrible story. But basically, they had a 20-minute video, and we just chatted with them the entire time the video was going. And I was like, that was actually a
I
whole
think
other
that
interview
was
segment.
the laser recommended the Galaxy
Galaxy Electric.
Guardians of the Galaxy.
We had a
or something.
great conversation with them that nobody saw because we were just chatting while
That's
their
true.
video was playing. Galaxy Electric.
That's true.
Yeah.
Yeah, so-
because we just wouldn't shut up. We're like, we need to talk to people.
Well, hello, welcome.
Hello.
We've got friends. Look who's here. We got
Karate Joe, what's
Adam
up, buddy?
Wisniewski.
Aura Force.
Hello, Julia.
Look at
Keijo.
our friends.
Keijo. Nancy.
Daniel Neruda's
Stop.
here.
Crazy NZ. Is that New Zealand?
I don't know.
Brit. Is your name Brit?
Brit.
Aaron. Hi. Oh, hello.
Amy Finn. So
All these beautiful
normally
people.
Amy Finn buys us dinner on Quarantinapalooza nights.
Yes.
But we're actually having her buy us dinner tomorrow for our wedding anniversary.
It's our anniversary.
okay.
Aww.
We just mathed a little bit today. We have been together for 19 years.
Wow.
Shit, that's awesome.
Yeah.
Mhm.
Damn.
Bliss the entire time.
What is the 19th anniversary? What is the traditional gift?
Oh yeah.
Bronze. Yeah, congratulations.
Is it?
We're basically perfect people. We
Yeah, you're basically statues.
never fight.
No, we've got it all figured out.
Everything. We have
Um,
everything absolutely figured out.
Yeah.
Yeah,
What
it's
is
really,
19?
it's why Daniel should have been recording you this whole time.
Yeah. So what is 19? Is it like paper, tinfoil?
I think
hat?
paper is the first year.
Yeah. Yeah. Maybe it's like
19 is
And-
bronze. So you guys
Yeah.
could have statues of yourselves commissioned.
Like a Ray Harryhausen movie. They come to life and
Yeah.
fight.
I thought you said Molly. I thought you said broth, and
Like-
I was like,
Bros.
that is an interesting gift.
No, the 19th anniversary is when the bra comes off, surely. Like this.
Ah.
You have to wait that long.
Yeah. Oh,
Yeah.
yeah.
Sorry, they got
so
tenure, babe. Sorry.
We got a show. You've got a show.
Yeah,
Yeah,
we're
what are you
doing
doing?
something different this week. We have our friend Patrick Clapp from 9th Level Games. And we're just gonna hand it off to him to do something. You're gonna be just out in the hot tub or something.
I'm gonna go
Drinking
write.
tequila.
I'm gonna go work on some songs that I've been meaning to get to my bass player. So I'm going to be recording some
Mhm.
songs in a recording studio on June 15th. So I kind of need to keep my chops up on that. So I'm gonna go work on that and probably bop in and out just to harass y'all. And I
Great.
don't know if you need
Love
a
it.
full track at some point. I'll just
Perfect.
play on the piano. But yeah, I'm gonna duck out. And anything else you need me for?
I don't know. I've been looking forward to this I think we started planning this months ago.
I mean, I think it was immediately after I was on the show the last time.
Yeah.
Mhm.
Yeah.
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 All right.
So I'm looking forward to this. Patrick, do you want to take it away?
Hey, everybody. Welcome. We're going to play mazes tonight. This is I'm going to read you some stuff. So mazes is, I like to describe it as sword and sorcery, reminiscent of novellas from the 60s and 70s, without the problematic stuff. We like to say Mazes is a return to the classic sword and sorcery dungeon crawler with a modern rules set that puts you right into the action. So just to give you a bit of a quick overview of what we're doing, the players choose a die type because we're using the polymorph system. They pick a class and we kick in the door and start playing. It's a light rules light system. It's fast. The rules are designed to create fun and dangerous adventures. Characters are well defined right from the beginning with edges that make them feel and play differently. The maze controller, that's me. I have tools that make it easy to set up and run games without a lot of prep. However, me being me, I tend to over prepare. So it tries to capture the original feel of fantasy role playing. And in Mazes, like I said, you pick a die, you pick a class, you answer a few questions, you're ready to go. It's focused on creativity, striving for more rulings over rules. It's modern, so it has a lot of DNA from things like Blades in the Dark and Torchbearer and the Black Hack and things like that. So at its core, what's that?
What is your relationship to this game?
Well, I've been a friend of ninth level games for 20 coffee years. And when Chris took another swing, Chris O'Neill, the designer of Mazes, took another swing at the role-playing genre, he took his new polymorph system, which I'm going to describe in a minute, and created this. And then he turned to me and said, hey, I know that you, Patrick, like a lot of old school role-playing games and that sort of dungeon crawl feel. Are you interested in writing? And I said, yes. So I've been writing for Mazes for the last 2 years. And I've had a pretty heavy hand in the seasonal zines that we just put out. And then I'm going to be helping up with some other stuff that I'll talk about later. But Mazes is, at its core, it works like this. So each player selects a polyhedral die, either the D4, the D6, the D8, or the D10. And that's the only die they roll for the entire game. Sometimes they roll 2, but that's the only die roll that they have to deal with. And that die represents their character. So whenever you need to roll dice, that's the only one you roll. It also, in a bit of fun wordplay, it represents your role within the group. So the D4 is there to think and talk, resolve social and mental puzzles, and provide powerful spells and effects. The D6 is all about fast movement, physical reactions, providing action, agility, and speed. The D8 dishes out damage and is just absolutely crucial in a fight. And the D8, and the D10 is the shield and the tank of the party, basically buffering against the hazards that are going to be thrown at them. So on the player's turn, they describe what they want to do. I adjudicate. I might have them roll against one of the 4 outcomes that we have, which are books, with your smarts, boots, which is your movement, blades is your damage potential, and bones, which is your strength and endurance. So you've got, it's just books, boots, blades, and bones. And we'll get into a little bit about, you'll see the mechanics of how that works as we dive into things. There's a couple other outcomes on your die that you can have beyond just what you're shooting for when you're trying to go for one of those tests. And that is, if you roll a 1, that's the key of your character. If you are doing something that is integral to who you are and you roll a key, you succeed. It's like, the rogue creeping through the city at night trying to be all stealthy makes a check on boots and rolls a 1, which is usually outside the scope of success in boots, but it's a rogue creeping through the city at night. This is what they do, so they succeed. And then the other side of that is the crown, which is the highest value on each of the die. And in that case, depending on how gloomy and dangerous the dungeon is at the time, it's either an automatic success, an automatic failure, or some negotiated middle ground. And that's it. There's a few other things that you'll see as we're getting into it, but that's the nuts and bolts of Mazes. So I think perhaps what we can do is introduce our characters in die order. So we'll start with our D4 tonight. Now, I should let everybody know, in a normal game of mazes, you spend the first maybe 10 minutes making your characters, and then you're ready to go. Mazes is usually played out in about 2.5 hours or so, and then plus a little bit of time for making characters. So it works great as a one-shot engine. It works great at cons. It works great in this sort of environment. As it turns out, in preparation for this stream, we all got together and made our characters ahead of time so that our players had a better sense of what they were doing. And it was less of me just telling you the rules all the time and more of the players getting into it. That said, we ended up with a D4, a D6, a D8, and a D10. So we'll do those introductions now. Rissy, if you want to tell us about your D4.
Can I
Certainly.
interrupt a moment here? Sorry.
Oh, sure.
Can we also get everyone to tell our audience who you are and what you do, and also who your character is? Because in case anyone has not been religiously watching this show and doesn't recognize previous guests and of course co-hosts, I'd love them to know who the players are.
All right.
Sorry, go.
No,
That's the last time I
Rissy,
interrupted.
that's a good point. Go ahead.
All right. So my name is Rissy. I'm a member of the Damsels of Dorkington. We've been here playing games for Quarantinapalooza since the very beginning. I'm really good at trivia and really bad at drawing. I am a skincare and makeup and book review blogger on YouTube. You can find my channel at Rissy Reviews on YouTube. And you can see me put all my science knowledge, as I am a biologist by trade, to work there. I will happily explain how quantum electrodynamics affects the way that we wash our faces. As far as my character goes, her name is Kala Lily. She is a red-robed haunted librarian. She has seen some shit, and it is fucked with her brain, which is great. She wears elaborate red and black eyeshadow, as you can see, and has a drinking habit. She also has an asshole book that is an accursed relic, and I guess we'll get to see what it does. But
Yeah.
it is an asshole, and it talks.
All right. And Kala Lily is a D4. The D4 is the Paragon. They are often described as the best at what they do. So moving on to our D6 tonight, Christopher, would you please tell us about yourself and then about your character?
I could be convinced, yeah. Hi, I'm Christopher Badell. I make games for a living. I am owner of a company called Greater Than Games and the creator of a game called Sentinels the Multiverse and a bunch of other games. But we're not here to talk about my games tonight. We're here to talk about mazes, so don't worry about any of that. You can find me on Twitter at GTG, as in Greater Than Games, Christopher. But anyway, like I said, let's worry about mazes. Other games are for other nights. I'm playing a character named Flint Dunwallow. Flint is charming. Flint is charismatic. Flint's very good with a sword. But hold on, why just swords? Why not also maces? Why not also scimitars? Why not also daggers? Why not also flails, polearms, grisarms? There's so many fun weapons you could fight with. And you know what? Flint really wants to fight with all of them. Not simultaneously, but not necessarily just one at a time either. Flint's here to have a good time, look good doing it, and try to not stay out of trouble, but find new and interesting experiences. So.
Excellent. Yeah, the D6 is the Vanguard. The Vanguard is often described as being in the forefront of the action. Okay, now we're moving on to our D8. Michael, would you please tell us about yourself and your D8?
Hello, my name is Michael McLean. Most people call me ShClane. I am half of the synth pop band Kittens Dragons. So I am playing a bugbear. Do you want me to tell you some of my brief glimpses of my backstory, or just
you can lay it down as much as you like?
Okay, I've been thinking about Herc a lot. His name is Herc, but it's pronounced Herc. And he's a bugbear, which, if you don't know what a bugbear is, it's basically, think about Andre the Giant, add more hair, giant jaw with some tusks. He doesn't wear a lot of clothing, which is pretty normal. He does this is not on purpose, but the only piece of clothing he wears is actually a really cute pencil skirt with a slit up the side. It's just happened to be the thing he found to cover himself. The rest of him is just like fur with like twigs and branches and berries all stuck through it because he spends a lot of time in the woods, which is what got him kicked out of his home, basically. His mother was like, you spend too much time in nature, not enough time savagely killing things. So that's what he's doing. He's here to be like, prove to his mother that he's worthy of being a bugbear and back in the tribe. So he's just gonna kill the shit out of things.
Excellent.
Yeah.
And the D8 is the warrior, which is
Bang,
often described as I want to fight.
Mhm.
They excel at the combat mechanics in mazes. And now that brings us to the top of the order, our D10. Molly, tell us about yourself and your character.
In that order? Well,
In any order you choose.
I'm going to go with that. I'm a ukulelist by trade, and I think I've stuck with that job because I like to say ukulelist. It's nice to drop that word into conversation. And I've been a songwriter, content creator person for going on 13 years now. So for basically as long as I've been a legal adult, which has been bizarre. But more bizarre is my character, who is named Algernon. He is a dire rat. In the session 0 that we mentioned before, we went through sort of almost like a BuzzFeed quiz style sort of tree as to how you approach adventure and, you know, what you wish to do for your party. And at the end of all those questions, Patrick was like, okay, so you're a man-sized talking rat. And I went, what? So I'm a man-sized talking rat. But also, dire rats are quite sturdy. I imagine sort of capybara sized, but sort of rat sort of features, I hope that's accurate.
Yeah.
And are often, dire rats are seemingly usually lab experiments gone. They're, you know, made, not begotten, is sort of the understanding. So there's sort of an aura of strangeness and usually a little magic about them. And so they're sort of cast to the fringes of society because they're man-sized talking rats. Well, not even man-sized. I mean, sort of, you know, I'm an adult person, but I'm the size of a child, and that's about the size. We're sort of 5 foot, sort of 4.5 feet seems to be the range.
A rodent of very unusual size.
Yeah, I would say anomalous size for sure. And so got a dummy thick hide and very coarse skin, a very coarse fur on that skin. And so I understand I'm not the best to cuddle, but I'm good in a fight. And I'm looking out for these humans and also this bugbear who have taken me into their adventuring party. And I just want to make sure everybody is safe.
So Molly is the D10, which is the Sentinel, which is often described as I want to shield the party from harm. And there's something Molly doesn't know that I have not told her
Loads
yet,
I don't know.
which is the class that she is playing is in the 9th book that we released from the seasonal stuff, which just hit the Kickstarter backers this week. So she's kind of playing the first dire rat that's been out there in the wild. So anything you do is canon.
Okay, great.
Definitely the first dire rat I've had in one of my games, which is pretty cool. All right, so my name is Patrick Clapp. I am a professional librarian. I have been one for about, oh my, time goes by, 16 years somehow. Wow. Okay. I've been a professional librarian for a grip. Before that, I was a scientist in aerospace and biotech and all sorts of other stuff. But now what I do is I professionally GM games, and I write for some companies for their games, and I solve problems. And during the day, I'm a librarian. But tonight, I'm the maze controller. So as the maze controller, I have the responsibility to make sure we have a fun time. I'm excited. I know all of you, and I think we're going to have a good adventure. So one of the joys of mazes is I don't get to roll any dice. It's all player active. And also we start at the doorway to adventure. We start right on top of everything. So we don't go shopping or start in an inn or a tavern. All of that is handled in the clever descriptions that are given about what's going on. So if we're ready to dive in, tonight, we are playing an adventure called The Barrow of the Shornhorn Skald. So let's slide forward through my notes into the spot where I probably should have had it loaded up. There we go. The Barrow of the Shornhorn Skald. So, my adventurers, the pole of adventure has taken you through fields and forests, searching for signs of lost places and mysterious happenings. Rumors of a powerful foe long since defeated and entombed in the Barrow fields have given purpose to your steps. And so, beyond fog-shrouded hills, amidst an eerie jumble of ancient barrows, the party has found its next adventure. I have a question for you all. Why have you sought out this strange memorial? Is it because the death note of the Shornhorn Skald will break a terrible curse afflicting one of the party? Or is it because the battle song of the Shornhorn Skald is disturbing the dead in the area and must be silenced?
I really like both of those.
Yeah,
So
that's-
good.
That is a sign of somebody who really did a good job writing.
Yeah. So the question is, do we want to be breaking a curse on one of us or dealing with undead that are plaguing the nearby countryside?
I vote undead.
I vote undead.
Ain't nobody
Okay.
here cursed.
All right. We will add 3 darkness.
I mean,
To the-
No, we
bugbears
chose wrong.
cursed with too much heart.
Yeah,
So,
we walked right into that one.
so there are 2 levers that happen in mazes. One is treasure, which the party controls, and one is darkness, which the maze controller controls. The party spends treasure to declare that they have something of value, usually to solve an immediate problem or fix a need. And then the maze controller spends darkness to complicate the party's lives. The party can generate darkness by doing things that are adverse to the health of a healthy party. Some of them can't be helped. Starting a combat, like entering into a violent combat, will raise the darkness. Splitting the party will raise the darkness. Ignoring danger will increase the darkness. Allowing time to pass in the maze will increase the darkness. And literally entering the darkness will raise the darkness. So
What
we
if
start.
attack the darkness.
Yeah. Well.
I had to.
Yeah. So we start with a darkness of 3. However, I have another question for you.
Oh,
Your journey here was not without its own struggles and small victories. How much additional treasure do you still possess? And I should point out that your treasure also starts at 3. So right now we are 3 darkness and 3 treasure. So how much additional treasure do you still possess? It can go, so if you have too much treasure, if you have double the number of people, so if this party of 4 had 8 treasure, then they would be encumbered and so overburdened with treasure that they would be at disadvantage in a lot of things they would do. If they have less than 4 treasure, then they would be skint, which is their treasure spends only affect 1 person. If they're somewhere in between, then they then it's just kind of normal. They're just skint, encumbered. Yeah.
You're saying we shouldn't have 1 or 8 treasure is what I'm hearing right now.
I mean, yeah, you probably don't want to have less than 4. And if you ever hit 8, you really need to spend some treasure. But it's up to you how much treasure you would like to have.
I guess it's hard because none of us have actually played the game, so we don't actually.
Yeah. Well,
know what
it's
our-
sort of
means we can't choose wrong.
Yeah.
Any
Well,
number's
the-
fine.
the sort of journey between us gathering as a party and going, there's something up with these dead things. We should go look at, like, how much the sort of somewhere in that process of learning, like, we should go to the maze and check out this dead person situation. We would have acquired some treasure. How
Yeah.
arduous do we think that moment of discovery was for us?
Yeah.
Wow. I don't know.
I'd say 4, right?
4.
each-
Let's do 4.
Yeah.
Up to
Just
4. So
doing some
1
crossfit in
additional
the woods,
treasure.
a dead guy came by, like, oh,
You
look
found
here.
something. Yeah.
Yeah.
So 1 additional treasure, bringing you to
Yeah.
4.
If we had to lay waste to several zombies, they may have been carrying things from their human life. You know,
Yeah.
there's all sorts of ways we could have lucked into
Yeah.
And we
this.
went,
And we
where
don't
they
have to
come from?
and we don't have to define it right now. So
Oh yeah. So
Mhm.
that's the wonderful thing about treasure is it's just treasure until you tell me what it actually is.
Yeah.
Which is a wonderful a wonderful thing about the system. I am trying to remember the word that I am forgetting, which is somewhere between skint and encumbered.
Flush.
Flush.
Flush. Thank you.
Top
Flush
Christopher.
is the word. Thank you. All right, so you're flush at the moment, which means treasure spends would affect the entire party. Darkness is set equal to the treasure at the beginning of the game, so the darkness goes up to 4 as well, making this adventure torchlit at the moment. If the darkness is below the number of players, it is bright, and if it is twice the number of players, it is bleak. In torchlit, we negotiate for success on crowns. When it's bright, you succeed, and when it's bleak, you fail. So the next thing that happens is I say the following things. Yep. Yeah. Oh. Infinity? They don't want to go to 8. If they go to 8, it would be bad, but it can go up as high as it needs to. But if you want to go to 8 or 9,
Yeah. If we
that'd
get
be
in an
fine.
arm wrestling match with God, it'll
I
probably
mean,
go up pretty high.
if they get to 8 or 9, I'm gonna do some awful things. So
Well, now I'm excited
darkness
about
is
that.
my currency, which could be a T-shirt.
Yeah, that's
Uh,
pretty
I'm
good.
gonna write that down.
Darkness is my currency.
All right, I'll tell that to Chris. All
Big
right,
fat NFT.
prepared as best you are able. The muffled quiet of the barrow envelops you as you descend into its dark depths. You have literally entered the darkness, so the darkness goes to 5. So we start with a darkness 5, treasure 4. It is torchlit, but you are flush. I need to pull. Yeah, go ahead. It is neither. It is torchlit.
I
So-
think
Medium
that,
place.
I think the more useful thing, Danielle, I believe, is that 1 is very bright and 8 is very dark.
And it's keyed off of the number of players. So with 4 players, if you have less than the number of players in darkness, it is bright. If you have twice the number or more, it is bleak. In between, it's torchlit. All right. It takes you most of a day to peel away the protective layer of rune-inscribed stone sealing away the barrow of the Shornhorn Skald. As night falls, you descend into the darkness of the tomb. The way before you is cloaked in shadow. As you descend down into its darkness, what are you doing for light?
Well, we've got torches.
Okay, cool.
Yeah.
All right, torch lit indeed.
Yeah, I'm carrying a torch.
The carved
Holding it
stone
high.
steps lead nearly 60 feet down before opening into a wide chamber with a low arched ceiling. Half of the walls are covered floor to ceiling in intricately carved scenes of battle and adventure. The other half are obscured by layer upon layer of webbing. The arch through which you entered appears to be the only way out.
Well, looks like we need to go deeper
Yeah.
somehow.
I
do
sidle
need
to
to
the
go
front of the
deeper.
party because I'm good in darkness and I'm sturdy.
Right.
Mhm.
And I would set off presumably any traps if we encounter them because I'm almost as heavy as a person.
Algernon, can you see in the dark?
I believe it can I see in the dark?
Can you see in
Probably
the dark?
better than a bipedal form that wasn't grown in a wizard lab, right?
I would think so, yeah.
Yeah,
You're very strange, so you probably can see in the dark.
that would be a strange thing. Normally people can't see in the dark. So yes, I can see in the dark. And I'm looking in the dark and what do I see?
Right now, it is there's just an insane amount of webbing all covering the entire back half of this room, and then the well, why don't you make me a books roll?
Okay.
So a books roll, you need to succeed. You need to roll a 2 or a 3 on books to succeed.
Okay. A 2 or a 3?
Yes,
I'm rolling a 10, right?
I
Okay.
do.
All right, I'm gonna roll the big 10. Let's see. Well, suck it. That's a 4.
Yeah. You're just seeing like these strange carvings in the walls and a bunch of
Guys, I don't want to
webbing.
freak you out, but there's a bunch of webbing in the back of this room.
We could set it on fire with this torch. Burn the webbing.
Perhaps first we should investigate these carvings.
What does it
They
smell like? in
may
here?
tell us how to navigate the maze, or may give us information on the Shorned Scald.
I'll not burn yet,
Nice.
but I'm feeling like burning.
So I would like to investigate these
Well.
these carvings. I will.
Kala Lily,
definitely-
please make me a books roll,
I
and you
shall.
can make it with advantage because you are lore wise.
All right. Well, I get 2 keys on my advantage roll. Both are
Okay,
ones.
well, and you are a scholar and a haunted librarian, so the key in your case would be a success because it is something that your class would know quite well. This Chamber of Tales, these frescoes and carvings on the wall detail the adventurous life of the Shornhorn Skald. Each section prominently features a bipedal minotaur-like creature facing off against different monstrous-looking humans. There are 4 stories. Each story seems to represent an effect of the songs sung by the Skald. And because you did so well on your lore-wise roll, I will tell you I will tell you what those songs appear to do. There is one song which appears to greatly increase the amount of mayhem and damage that the Skald is inflicting on its enemies. The other song is making those that hear it shudder and stumble, so that they would have a hard time striking the Skald. The third song is one of pain and misery, making it so that all of the enemies attacking the skull become wounded just by attempting to do so. And then the fourth song looks like a song of rejuvenation and healing that seems to empower and heal the Shornhorn Skald.
The question here is, are we able to take advantage of these songs for our purposes, or are these songs all bad for us? Time will tell.
It's true, though, since healing magic is exceedingly rare in our world, I would very much like to get my hands on information about that song of rejuvenation, if nothing else.
I kind of want to know about the second song of shock and nauseation. It'd be nice. And this is just like, I imagine this like almost Stations of the Cross style, kind of.
Yeah.
Telling the effect of these songs, but not conveying. There's not like tabs or anything.
Yeah, there's no how to. No, that it is just giving you the this is what this thing's gonna do to you.
Since my senses are exceptionally keen, I will lightly trace the glyphs and carvings with my fingers, which are quite long and spindly, to see, is there a pressure plate anywhere? Or is this, is there a hidden button, anything of the like?
Why don't you make me, when you are keen, so why don't you make me a books roll again with advantage? So Kala Lily is rolling with advantage, which means she is rolling 2 dice and taking the best result.
So I get a 3 for the best result.
Okay, a 3 is a success. You are not you're going through and not finding anything until your hand runs across a treasure chest in one of the frescoes that looks like it was opened, and there's like sparkle lines carved into the stone, and as your fingers run over it, it presses in and you hear a grating noise from somewhere behind all of the webbing.
Well, we might not have to set things on fire. I will turn to face the webbing.
Okay.
Webbing's still there, though, right?
Yep, the webbing's still there.
Seems like we want to go through the webbing to see
what are you doing?
what the grading is.
Kill. He's gonna. So he basically, his weapon is actually the tree trunk from his favorite tree that he ripped down because he couldn't be so in love with nature anymore, and he's just gonna smash it into the webbing.
Okay.
Yeah.
So this stone grating noise finishes. Herc, you turn towards the webbing and just wind up with the biggest two-handed baseball swing and sweep it through, ripping out a pile of the webbing, revealing a portal, a way through to the next corridor. However, as you do, you hear the clicking, scrabbling claws of strange creatures pouring out of the webbing itself as the party is beset by half spiders.
Half spider,
Half spiders. So half spiders, as they come pouring out after you, are roughly half the size of their forest-dwelling giant cousins. They look fast and dangerous. They have 4 legs, 4 eyes, and 1 large fang. They are half spiders.
All right.
So we're going to go into a combat scene where the spiders are going to jump out at you. So Herc clears away the webbing, and then 4 half spiders, I should say, burst forth into the room, and almost 2 spiders. I'm going to say, because Kala Lily was over dealing with a fresco, that 2 of the half spiders are going to go after Herc, and then 1 is going to go after Algernon, and 1 is going to go after Flint Dunwallow.
Yeah.
So the way combat works in mazes is all the players get a moment, then the monsters get a moment, or in this case, depending on how the scene opened up, all the monsters get a moment, and then all the players get a moment. So because I don't roll any dice, Herc, I need you to make me blade saves. I need you to make me 2 blade saves. You're going to roll blades, and you're looking for, I think, a 4, 5, 6, or 7.
Cool. I have 2 d8s right here. I'm just going to roll
Excellent.
at the same time.
Sure.
And I got 2 4s.
2 4s. They come at you with their 1 big fang, and you deftly spin your tree trunk around and block the one, and then cycle it back through and block the other with no issue. Flint Dunwallow, a half spider, leaps in your direction trying to bite you. Please make me a blade save.
So here's my question.
Yes.
This is as part of combat.
Yes.
Do I have advantage in this? Because I have a note here that because I am well armed, I have advantage in combat.
Well armed.
It's only
you have advantage on attacking.
Okay, that's what I because it says I have advantage when fighting. And
yeah.
No, okay, cool. Just making sure. That's fine. I leap backwards, drawing some sort of wavy sword over my shoulder as I do, and I roll a 2.
2. It is going to sink its fang into you.
Ow!
You're going to take 2 hearts as its giant fang slices into you. You're going to lose 2 hearts.
That's a big fang.
It is a very big fang. They're very fast and dangerous.
Yeah.
Okay. Then the last one is going to, and I have to check something. Right. Good. It does not appear to be venomous. You do not know if it is poisonous. Okay. Algernon, the 4th half spider is leaping at you. Please make me a blade save.
Okay. And blades is 4 to 7 is the threshold, yeah?
Correct.
So 5.
Nice.
That is a defense. You have defended quite well. Armored is the you are armored though as well, so don't forget you are advantaged. You are advantaged on defending with when you're defending with blades, so you always get to roll 2. So, but the 5 is a success. You easily block the fang. It does not penetrate
off
through
of my big rat-sized
range
my big
fur.
skull.
Okay, that is the monsters' moments. The hazards moments. Now, party moments. Who would like a moment?
Because I am armored, can I approach the door? More of these things coming, or just these 4?
I'm sorry. I missed what you said. There's 4 of them.
There's 4 of them, but are there more behind them? Like, is there some source of these?
You do not see any more than what has burst out and attacked you at the moment.
Okay. Well, and Hurt has 2 on him, right?
That is correct.
So I know that I got demi-thick skin, so I want to help whoever's most beleaguered. So I don't think I can't really add to the book craft or anything. So yeah, I go to defend her.
Thank you. I mean,
All right. So you're going to roll me a blades. So when you perform violent actions in mazes, you spend a heart, and then you roll blades. So you're looking to roll your blades and get a 4, 5, 6, or 7.
I can't get my dice can to work. Okay, just
we're
believe
getting
me that I'm
double.
rolling this dice, okay? Yeah, I'm seeing myself freeze. Okay, well, you're just gonna have to believe me when I tell you what I rolled.
Oh, I always will.
That is a 2. Wow.
Did you say you rolled a 2?
I rolled a 2.
All right, you go to stab at this thing, and it's very fast. It just skitters out of the way. Okay, who else wants a moment?
I'll take one.
All right, what are you doing, Flint?
All right, so I've got a half spider stuck in me right now.
Yeah, they
its
bit you
fang.
good.
It's right in there. And I've got, as I mentioned, a wavy sword that I pulled out from behind my back. And I've got this spider here, but I also see 3 other half spiders over there.
Yes.
And Flint's pretty good at math.
Mhm.
So Flint's like, this is easily 2 spiders worth of threat here. So Flint is also going to pull a dagger, being that Flint is so well armed, and attempt to stab at the spider that's on it while slashing at a spider that's over there. Am I overreaching?
It's close, but you could choose. So all of the players have a resource on them called stars, which are things that let them do more than the average bear, to affect the world around them, to hit multiple opponents with one action, is a star. Okay. So if you wanted to flurry around and hit more than one person, you could spend a star and accomplish that.
This seems incredibly premature, and thus I will do so.
Excellent. So here's the thing. When you spend a star, you don't have to, because that's the resource you're spending, you don't have to spend a heart, and you succeed.
Right.
So you successfully, so tell me how you succeed. I'm going to say you can attack 3 of these. The one that's on you, and either the 2 that are on Herc.
Okay.
Tell me how it goes.
So what I will do then, is there's the one that's on me, and so I'll pull out the dagger with the idea of like, this is less of a desperate action now that I'm using a star. This is more of a this is Flint's moment. And so the dagger is actually like a secondary thing. Pulls the dagger out like very calmly. There's a fang in them. Doesn't matter. Pulls the dagger out, kind of levers the dagger behind the half spider and stabs it into a wall as they go on to fight it. Like just kind of like casually getting rid of the dagger and the half spider at the same time. Exactly. Don't care about either of those things, and lunges forward with a big sweeping slice to cleave the 2 two half spiders in twain.
Is your wavy sword like a Chris, or is it like?
It's like Flamberge.
Oh no, it's more like a Flamberge. Yeah, but okay. It's longer than a crisp, but shorter than a Flamberge.
Gotcha.
It is it's a roughly 2.5 foot long wavy sword.
Cool. I was just making sure it wasn't a like floppy sword.
Not a floppy sword.
It was
not a flaccid sword.
So you succeed because you spent a star. So I'm going to have you roll for effect. Much like everything else, when you roll for effect, you roll your die. So please roll me a d6.
And this is again not advantage, because even though it's fighting, it's not. Or is this a situation in which the well-armed?
No, you're not. You're not advantaged on effect. That is deadly.
Cool.
Well-armed is advantage when you're trying to hit.
All right, just gonna keep asking until I feel like I've got it down about what it is that I have advantage on.
All right, roll a d6. And the game, a good portion of the game is figuring out how you can get advantage. You are approaching this correctly.
Excellent.
So roll me a d6.
I rolled a 5.
Okay, that is what you needed to slay these half spiders. They had 5 hearts. The 2 that you slice through are dead. Roll me a d6 for the one that you pegged to the wall, because it was a different weapon.
It was a different weapon. That one I only rolled a 3.
Okay, it is stuck to the wall. It is clamoring, trying to unstick itself, but it is not quite defeated.
It's not quite dead yet.
Just so you know, Flint, if you had rolled a 6, because you are a d6, if you roll the top number on your die for effect, it explodes and you roll again. All right. Which is why the dire rat can be very scary.
Yeah.
At times, because if you roll a 10 on your effect, you roll again. All right. I've got that's Flint, that's Algernon, Herc, or Kalili. Kala Lily. There's an extra syllable in there. Who wants a moment?
I'll take a moment.
Okay, Herc. Flint has sliced the 2 half spiders in front of you, freeing you to do whatever you need to do.
But there's still one of these spiders alive, right?
Yes, there's one on the wall stuck with a dagger, and there's one that is going to be harrying Algernon.
I'll go for the one that's going to be harrying Algernon.
Okay.
Herc is going to yell his battle cry, which is "Mama," and he's gonna hit that spider. He's gonna hit that spider with a log.
Fantastic. Please roll me a blades. So spend a heart, to
Right.
do a violent action, and roll blades.
So my hearts start at 8, right? So
Correct.
now I'm down to 7.
Correct.
And then I roll a d8 to attack a spider.
Mhm.
Do I have advantage or anything cool?
No,
like that?
you've not done anything to generate it, and none of your edges automatically give you advantage. So you're just doing a blades roll.
I rolled a 2.
You miss it again, much like it's the same one that dodged Algernon's attack. It skitters in the other direction. It's very fast, and you slam the ground right next to it.
That spider's actually the hero of this story. We're about to find that out.
Yeah. Kala Lily, you turn and see your compatriots slicing and dicing at a bunch of half spiders that poured out of the walls. What are you doing?
So using my asshole evil book that allows me sorcery, I see many options with sorcery, but I'm not entirely sure what all of them mean. Is there any kind of protective spell I could conjure up for myself or my friends?
Oh, like a ward of something? A night ward?
Yes. Yes.
You could absolutely cast a night ward on you and your friends. So what does this incantation look like?
Well, part of why my book is such an asshole is that, so it's got a mouth on it. It looks a lot like the Necronomicon, except for even more metal because it's black with red detailing and the mouth has metallic fangs. And I have to prick a finger on the book to feed it blood because it is a dickbag book. And it also will accept, if I can't feed it blood, it will accept a humiliating story from my childhood. And that I have to say in front of everyone. And so what this looks like is I will, feed my book and summon the powers of night. Let the writhing shadows surround my friends and myself with their protective darkness.
Excellent. As you do this, you don't have you would spend a star, so you don't actually have to spend a heart, but you would spend a star to do this because you're going to raise this ward around all of them.
Okay, I'll spend a
The
star.
D4 has 4 stars, so they have plenty of stars to go around, and this is a great use of it. As you finish the incantation, the book says, all right. And there is a flash of force, and all of you feel this this like oily hug kind of collapse into your skin for a moment, and then the sensation is gone. But right now you are warded. Kala Lily, would you roll me a die for effect, please?
A 3.
A 3. Okay. Okay. I know exactly how I want to run that. This is good. So a lot of times, because it's rules light and it's all about rulings over rules, the maze controller has a lot of options as to, oh, how do I want to play that clever thing my player just did? In this case, I'm going to say that Night Ward put a bit of a blade of armor on everyone. So everyone has 3 points of night magic surrounding them, which will be the first to come off of you when it's done, which is pretty powerful. It is now the spider's turn. The spider on the wall is going to pull itself free, tearing itself away from the dagger, dropping to the floor. It looks very injured in doing so, and it is going to skitter over towards Kala Lily, as it is now closer to you as it has been slammed into the wall. It is going to attempt to bite you with its fang. Kala Lily, would you roll a blade save, please?
Oh boy.
So
I
Kala
sure
Lily is a
will.
D4 and is looking for a 4.
Yeah. Oops, that landed cockeyed.
They're so squishy.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's a 4.
4.
Woo!
You see it coming. It's lurching at you like most of half of its legs. Its half set of legs are not working very well. So it's trying to get towards you, and you just kind of shuffle to the side, and it readjusts and it's trying to get towards you, but it is not able to bite you. Algernon, the very fast one that keeps dodging everything, is going to try and bite you again. Would you please make me a blade save with advantage because you are armored?
Okay. I'm going to use a regular ass die. Sorry, everybody. That's a 1.
But you're advantaged.
Oh, is it
That's a
one good?
4.
1 could be good depending on their
Where's my key, I guess.
their
If I spend a star
key.
or something.
Well, so you have a lot of options. The 4 is enough to get you there. The 1 probably would be because you are a sentinel. You you excel at being the shield that takes it for the party. So I would probably rule a 1 would be successful as well. In this
Okay.
case, it didn't matter. You rolled a 4, which is a success. You block the spider or the half spider once again. That's it. It is now parties go. Who wants a moment? There's a mostly dead spider and a very not dead spider. Half spider.
Patrick, could you clarify something for me?
Sure.
So the thing with rolling a 1 is normally it would be like a fail, I would expect. But if it's for something that you're good at, it's a success?
Yeah, if it applies to your class, it would be considered a success. It's called a key. So if it's a key thing to your existence, it counts as a success for you. So
if
in
I
your
rolled a
case,
1, yeah,
doing
go.
blades for you, Herc, a 1 is a success because
Okay.
you are a warrior.
Right.
So doing warrior things, a 1 is a success.
Cool.
All right, who wants a moment?
I mean, Herc will just try to stomp a spider if
All right, Herc.
that's something cool to do. Because
Spend a heart and stomp a spider.
Yeah.
Hercs. Mama.
I gotta not drink when you attack.
So he's actually trying to kick it because
Okay, yeah,
you
kick
know,
it in a wall.
sometimes he just like goes with the flow. And he rolls a 7.
7's good. You connect. Please roll me roll for effect, please.
Great. Yeah, I can do that. I'm gonna roll my D8.
Yep.
And I roll a 5.
5 is what you needed. You kick this thing, you kick the highlights out of its fur, it cracks into the wall, drops to the ground, and does that little twitchy insectoid thing where it's not an arachnoid, it doesn't have enough legs, where it dies.
A half arachnid.
It's a half arachnid. All right, there's 1, and you spent a heart for that, and there's 1 more barely clinging on half spider that is attempting to clamor after Kala Lily.
Oh, anyone over here? There's this last one. It's in very bad shape.
Flint will grab the string that is attached to the dagger that they left in the wall and jerk the string towards them, slicing the dagger through the half spider on its way back to Flint.
Love it. Would you
Sweet.
please spend a heart and roll well armed? Roll blades with advantage, please.
Yeah, I will spend a heart like that, and then roll my 2 d6s and get a 3 and a 4.
4 is going to do it. Roll for effect, please.
Just regular 1 die rolls a 5.
A 5 is going to do it. And with that, Flint slays the final half spider, and everything calms down for a moment.
Well, that was interesting. Do we suppose that maybe we want to set these webs on fire? Just out of curiosity, how does anybody feel about having burned the webs?
Let's burn.
Flint will kind of with like
It's a poorly ventilated space.
kind of yeah.
I mean, we left the door open, right?
Are we near enough the entrance that we're not going to smoke ourselves out if we light the webs on fire?
Well, we put the smoke. The smoke will go out towards. We're right here at the exit, right? I mean, that's fine. We don't have to. I mean, we've already gotten rid of half spiders, so we probably
I'm
aren't
sure
any
we'll
left.
have something to set on fire eventually.
There could be like eggs in there. I agree with Flint on this.
Okay.
And if there's eggs in the web and the web is up above us, then the spiders could be above us and then the eggs could get
Listen.
into our hair.
if something is going to explode, gender reveal party style, then we should at least find out now.
Agreed.
Bite the
Flint,
bullet.
what are you doing, Flint?
Flint is going to listen to everybody's points because
Herc!
Flint. Oh yeah, Herc. What?
Yeah, we didn't ask Herc what
Herc?
thinks.
Herc, what do you feel about the burning proposition?
Kill.
That seems like a burn. Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
So this is the thing that Flint's not interested in just like doing something impulsively, but just putting up an idea, seeing how people feel about it, and then setting fire to all these webs. So
Okay.
Fantastic. You run the torch through the webs. They are dry and they burst into flame. A
Love to see
couple
it.
things happen. One, you hear a dying, skittering as a couple more half spiders who are buried in the webs meet their fate.
Flint, you're so
Two.
smart.
As the webs burn off from the ground, you see in the soot a treasure, bringing the treasure up to 5.
if we take it, which we do.
And third, Algernon, your concerns about getting smoked out make you watch the smoke, and it seems like there's a pressure differential that is drawing the flames and smoke out of the chamber, away from the entryway that is now fully revealed as all of the flames and filaments burn away.
Yeah.
And there's a draft the air is definitely flowing out of the barrel.
Wow. I'm sorry, party. I was a doubter about setting the spider webs on fire. And then we found that treasure and it became an excellent idea. But do y'all notice this?
Oh.
Herc does not,
on.
because he's grabbing one of the dead spiders and shoving as much of it as he can into his mouth.
Great.
I love
That's
you,
very important.
Michael.
That's a very
Oh,
important
what have I done?
You
Algernon,
walked right
no.
into one of my little dumb notes that I wrote.
Oh dear, because he said it was not
It's
venomous.
not
but
venomous.
might
He
be
said it was
poisonous.
poisonous, not venomous.
It's not venomous.
knew
It's
my
definitely
dad
not
was a little
venomous. We'll
girl
find
then.
out if it's poisonous.
Herc, my
Um,
Herc.
Hey, would you please make me a, literally says anyone foolish enough to do so. Would you please make me a bones save at disadvantage?
Ooh.
Bones at disadvantage. So okay, I'm gonna roll 2d8s at the same time. I need to roll a 5 through 9 to succeed at disadvantage. So I need to succeed with both sides. That's a 7 and a 2, so I do not succeed.
Okay, you drop to the ground in grabbing at your stomach. You are at death's door.
Oh God!
Wow.
Oh,
Yeah.
he's gonna hurt.
I'm doing great.
We might show everybody what character creation looks like.
Oh my God.
Hang on a sec. I did. There's a very funny thing that happened to me the last time I was running this game, which was I had to take somebody to death's door right at the end, where we were all kind of tired and ready to be done. I said to myself, hey, that's the one page, because I don't hit it as much as I should. That's the one page I don't have marked in my book for easy grabbing at.
If I may,
Yeah.
I'm very durable,
Mhm.
and I am also strange.
You are strange.
So if we stuff you into Herc's mouth,
I was gonna say, like, how would Herc, they who I don't actually know Herc's pronouns, but he who ripped a tree out of the ground and then stuffed a spider in his mouth, do you think he would flinch or at all react if a child-sized rat came in and just stuck their tongue in his mouth?
Right now, Herc is not going to make any reaction, as Herc is fighting
Fast acting, though.
for life.
Okay.
Herc, by the way, is cisgendered, male, straight, and he would be white, except there's all the fur. I just play what I know.
Yeah.
maybe with
are
the
about
treasure that we had, maybe we've got some syrup of Ipecac in there.
Oh, you could definitely spend a treasure to get Herc.
To get him to just barf all that up.
That's a great spend of treasure.
Is everyone in agreement?
Yeah.
All right. Let's
move.
spend a treasure and uncork some syrup of Ipecac and just pour it right down Herc. so he can herk.
Okay.
This is really good because my other character was going to be his brother.
I'm fucking dying.
Herc,
And their
Herc,
father Hork.
would you please roll your die with advantage?
Yeah. I'm rolling 2d8s.
Correct.
And I have a 6 and a 5.
Okay, you are shook. So you stand up, you refill your hearts to full.
Okay.
And you hadn't spent any stars yet, I don't think. Is that correct?
I have not.
Okay. And now you need to take either stressed or tired as a condition.
I mean, it's better for me to take stressed because I'm not going to be making books checks, right?
Okay. Yeah. So when characters suffer extreme maladies or when they run out of hearts, they have to take a condition. So in this case, and when your conditions stack up, you may go down, which is what happened to Herc, only through special circumstances this time. And I really can't thank you enough for running into that. I love it when I see all the things I wrote play out on the table. Anyway, you're taking, you said stressed?
Yeah.
Okay, so Herc is now stressed, which means Herc is disadvantaged on book rolls and also loses your key bonus.
Okay.
For now. All right. You down the potion. Herc hurls up the remnants of this obviously poisonous thing. And you're back away from death's door amongst the living.
Imp in my head says stupidity moves the plot forward.
Algernon, you were saying something like this whole thing. Algernon's like, look at the smoke, and then Herc falls over, and Calla runs up like, oh, potion, and Herc throws up and is like, oh, and Flint and Algernon are just kind of like, you were saying about the smoke?
So who actually fed Herc the ipecac or whatever?
I think
That would have been
did.
Calla Lily did.
Can we just say that Calla Lily and Herc have been traveling together for a while and she's just prepared for this shit?
Absolutely.
Yeah, because it makes sense.
Yeah.
You're probably stuffing things in your mouth a lot, and I'm like, no, don't do that. Don't eat that thing. Like with the cat, and then you look me right in the eye, like my cat when she's eating plastic. You look me in the eye and just eat it anyway.
Yeah.
Love it.
Yeah. So this is something we've had to deal with many times. Just
We
eat
found
shit.
4 treasure
Also,
on the way.
Looking in
way,
your
it hurts
puke,
a
I'm
lot
like,
of
there's a
everything.
hairball, which I expected, but how did you eat a shark? It's a very small shark, but what's it doing in there?
I am going to spend a darkness.
Naturally. That's good. Get the darkness level going up. Love to see
Darkness
it.
is down to 4.
Perfect.
A strange wind passes through the chamber, resonating into a haunting melody. So, all players, please make me a books save.
Hey, Michael. I feel like you just said the word books about something. What was it that you said?
Oh, yeah.
What is it?
Herc is disadvantaged on books.
Oh, yeah.
Herc. Kill.
So you're looking for a 2 and a 3. In
A
Herc's
4.
case, you want to look for 2 2s or 2 3s or 2 3.
I have a 4 and a 6. So
That's
You rolled
Oh.
it. Hey.
anybody pass their book save?
I did get
Flint?
a 2. I did get a 2.
Calla Lily?
Oh, I got a 4. So
4
I
is
don't
a
know.
crown.
Okay.
So for you, a crown means we look at the level of darkness. It is
Mhm.
currently torch lit because it's at 4. So that's a negotiated success. So everybody who failed is going to lose 2 hearts. Calla Lily, I'm going to say you succeeded. Now, keep in mind, you're all night warded at the moment. So you're going to lose a couple points off your night ward if you failed. Calla Lily, I'm going to say that your night ward fails completely, but
Okay.
you don't take any damage.
All right.
Okay.
And do I recognize the song at all? Does it seem like it matches one of the songs, right? Would this be the song of
Pain
of
and
doing
misery.
violence and damage, or perhaps the song of will sapping and wounding simply by moving on the
It doesn't
skull.
seem to match those, but make me a books roll, please. And you can have advantage because you are lore wise.
I got 2 1s again, so
2 1s, which is a success for you. So it doesn't match any of the 4 stories. It sounds, if you had to place like an emotion to it, the resonation sounds like a questing desire to escape. So I don't know if anybody else watches the Japanese guitarist on YouTube that just plays like 30 seconds of stuff, but it's amazing. If you had to title this haunting melody, it would be questing for a way out.
all right.
So I lose 2 health, or what?
You lose 2
those
hearts.
2
But
hearts.
you
2
lose them from
hearts.
your warding first, because
Yeah,
they are
you lose them
natural
from your
warding.
warding first. Calla Lily's warding on herself failed, but the rest
The rest
of
of
yours
us have
took
3 points of warding, right?
Yeah,
So it's
Mhm.
actually worse for Calla.
it was, but that's my prerogative.
Yeah,
so.
yeah, yeah.
It's all right. I'm sure my asshole book laughs at me.
All right.
Right. So, Algernon, you noticed some smoke doing a thing.
I mean, yeah, I don't know if Algernon's not terrifically perceptive, so.
I mean, you're the one that's on the smoke.
Yeah, but I mean, like watching the smoke and not noticing this sort of drama that just unfolded in one corner. Because probably, actually, you know, probably in the route to the maze, this sort of life-saving maneuver happened all the time. So Algernon's not focused on that anymore.
Yeah.
And so the smoke you said is moving away from where we came from. It's
Yeah,
moving away
it
from
is.
Brooklyn?
It is headed out from whence you came.
And it. Wait, so
Oh.
who's the?
And
So
I
it's going
forgot.
up the tunnel, the 60 foot steps.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
I forgot one thing. The
Mhm.
darkness, when you enter into a violent altercation with hazards, the darkness goes up. So the darkness is back
Right.
to 5.
Back to 5. Yeah.
Oh gosh.
That's a little darkness never hurt anyone.
Yeah. Hey, Kala Lily.
Yes.
I don't want to bother you. I know you're busy there, you know, giving her CPR and stuff.
Oh,
but-
it's fine now.
Okay. Does that seem like books? Is that good, bad? Like, also, Algernon's just learning how to speak human, how to speak common, so it's coming out in pieces. Should we follow smoke, guys? Question mark.
So yeah, well, I mean, this isn't my first dungeon rodeo exactly. I've delved into many deep places of the world looking for more forbidden lore to satisfy my ever-growing thirst for such. So in terms of like smoke moving around through a maze, right? Like, is this leading us where we want to go or further in?
Completely the opposite.
Okay, so it's going out.
It's going out.
All right.
Okay.
So whatever
go.
that, I mean, it could simply be that the tunnel we came down with the steps is acting like a chimney.
Makes
In
sense.
fact, that makes sense to me.
It does make sense to you, yes.
So I think we should forge ahead.
Seems
now that-
reasonable.
Everything's been hosed out of spiders and the chimney is working to clear the smoke out so that we won't
Yeah,
die.
we're not going to suffocate in here. Okay. Well, we've concluded our spider business. Onwards.
All right.
Herc gives a wistful look at that spider on the way out.
Spits out a
Yeah,
fang.
it tasted great too.
Yeah.
It was so crispy
Yeah. Cooked to
With-
perfection.
with filling, delicious filling.
Beyond the Chamber of Tales is a short corridor of worked smooth stone that turns to the left. Past that corner, a wide hall roughly 12 feet high descends deeper into the barrow, broken up by several short stairs and landings. From the top of the hall where you are, you can see the next landing about 40 feet below.
Oh.
An hour and a half in.
I mean, my nose itches, but that's every time I'm on camera. So I could go.
I can keep going. I'm good.
Yeah, same.
So it's 40 feet down to the next landing.
Mhm.
Do we see any sort of, just looking around? I'm used to dealing with elevation changes all the time, going from mast to mast of a ship. I'm looking for any sort of handholds or rungs or even cords or even just spots where cords could be hung where people would traverse this sort of change here.
You know, make me a books roll, but I'm going to give you advantage
Oh, thank you.
because you're a Seahawk.
It's true.
Your life at the sea has given you a great perception to how people might need to use verticality in their lives. So give me a books with advantage.
3 and a 5.
Well, the 3's going to do you.
Excellent.
So you notice a few things. One, and when you pointed out Herc, you noticed this as well, because you are nature-wise. There appear to be tracks on the walls that are indicative of half spiders scrabbling along on the walls. There do not appear to be any sort of tracks on the stairs. More so, you see that the stairs themselves look to be coated with a little fuzz.
Mhm.
There's like a fuzzy
Mhm.
layer on the stairs.
Folks, these stairs are carpeted, and frequently that's a good thing, but in this specific situation, I'm not thinking it is.
Herc, why don't you give me a books roll? Now, normally you would be advantaged on this because of nature-wise, but you're currently kind of stressed, so we're gonna just do it as a straight books roll.
Okay, so just one
die.
1d8.
Yeah, in
On
this
which I
case, the
get-
advantage and the disadvantage cancel each other out.
I got a 3.
Hey,
Hey.
you recognize this mold. It's called Bramble Step. It's a defensive mold favored by druids, anchorites, and other wilderness-dwelling hermits. They react violently to pressure, such as the heavy tread of an intruder, and they react by rapidly sprouting thorny vase-like brambles, which then bear trap whoever has stepped on them.
So Herc is going to turn to his friends and he's going to be like, Herc! Herc!
I understand.
makes
Bramble
an
step,
excellent
you
point.
say.
You two have traveled together for a while.
I was going to
Yeah.
say that would make me the Han Solo to his Chewbacca. So
Oh, I'm all about it.
I could, yeah. I mean, she probably just gets me.
yeah, I'm like,
I could
"Hmm."
theoretically also like grab a rock or something and throw it on there, and we see.
Yeah.
Oh,
No,
you do
you're
that, and it snaps the rock into place with these wicked little thorn-like claws, right just where it landed.
A carpet of fungal hyphae. How loathsome.
Herc.
I mean, this would
You said
certainly
it,
be
buddy.
another time to set things on fire.
I am quiet. Is it if I were to, spend up my 1 star, could I possibly traverse these stairs if we deem it worthwhile to cross over these stairs?
You could spend your star on quiet to slink around unnoticed. I would totally allow that.
But this is at the end of a 40-foot hallway. Do we know that there are?
We've already established that you can see in the dark, so you can see beyond that landing. There are additional steps that descend deeper into darkness, and you can see from where you are to like a branching corridor, like a left and a right on that landing.
Okay, so can I spend a star to get to that intersection and kind of forge ahead? See if it's
Absolutely.
worth trying to get the party
So
over these steps.
the Sentinel has 10 hearts and 1 star, so they have to choose their moment pretty carefully on when they want to do that. You get your star back when you take a condition, but your condition refills both your hearts and your stars. But right now, Algernon, you become the lightest a feather-light ghost of a dire rat. You actually start by running at one wall and then kicking off of it, and you without making a sound and barely touching any of the steps, make your way down without triggering any of the bramble steps, and you are on that first landing.
Parkour.
And you see there is a corridor to your left that ends in a large ornate door about 40 feet away. And then there's a corridor to your right that ends in a less ornate door, slightly closer. And then there's another staircase that descends down that also appears to be coated with bramble step.
Okay.
Let's see. Well, I suppose we could all toss ourselves down there and have Algernon catch us.
How much, what is the distance we need to traverse without touching the floor and steps or whatever to avoid this?
It's about 40 feet of stairway that is coated with this bramble step.
A 40-foot fall is not particularly survivable.
Yeah. Well, I could just throw you all gently, but then I don't know how I get down there.
Could we climb your ripped up tree? Just kind of put it down there by the roots, and then we'll just skitter on down it.
I feel like it's just 40 feet of stairs.
Yeah.
I don't think we got 40 feet of tree, right?
Tree, no.
Well, and then the bramble step might try to claim the tree in some way, which we don't want.
We don't
Right.
want that.
Right.
Your main weapon.
Yeah.
Well, yeah, I can use anything as a weapon now.
Yeah, your body's a weapon.
I mean, that tree is special to me, but it's also my shame. So, I don't know. How do we get past this thing?
There's also treasure that we have. It's possible there's some climbing equipment there.
Oh,
would-
A 40-foot long bedroll or like a ladder.
Yeah, or some
have
kind
four-
of magical sort of thing, like a rope of climbing.
yeah.
You have 4 treasure. It can be
Magic beans.
almost anything.
Sure.
About
So
the
do I.
only, and I should say, about the only thing treasure can't be are healing potions. Because as Calla Lily pointed out, healing and magical healing is beyond exceptionally rare in this world.
Well, I think we know that we need to use a zip line.
Sure.
And we have someone at each end. Sorry, what were you saying, Christopher?
Well, no, I think that's good. I was going to say, whatever treasure we want to use for this, we do know from Algernon scouting ahead that we've got more of this stuff down at the bottom. So whatever treasure we want to use, right? I understand that once we get down to the bottom, there's more to go ahead, more of the bramble step. So whatever we use to get from here to where Algernon is, we should in some way be reusable. It shouldn't be like, okay, let's get one thing there that we leave behind. No, we got to do it again. There's got to be something that gives us a clever option here. A bramble step proof surfboard the 3 of us can jump on and just slide down the stairs, something like that. That one is maybe not the right answer, but something reusable in some way.
Yeah,
like
you remember when we were going through the woods and we encountered all those dead things and found those 4 treasure, and there was a bobsled team that was undead, and we took their bobsled.
The Jamaican bobsled team.
It was a shame that bobsled team had turned
Their collapsible bobsled.
They were losing flesh too, so they were so lightweight. But
maybe a shield of slickening, shield that is enchanted in some way that weapons won't stick into it, but glance off of it, and even when you put the shield onto the onto the bramble step, you can
shield of anti-friction.
Yeah.
All right.
How do you feel about that maze controller?
Oh, I love it. I'm always into clever uses of treasure with good names and descriptions. So a frictionless shield. It's kind of very round. There's a blue and red on it.
And when it doesn't vibrate when it even though when it gets hit, it makes loud sounds for sound effects,
but somehow
it doesn't vibrate.
Sound. What is sound?
Yeah, I'm glad we're on the same page.
And when someone throws this mighty shield, all who oppose the shield must yield.
Okay, so the 3 of you pull out the shield, the frictionless shield that you found in a prior adventure, and probably stand on it like the, it's like stacked up.
Mecha Shiva.
And
And I'm standing at the landing ready to catch them so they don't go further down now.
Yeah, and you're
Thank
ready,
you.
and you slide down, and as you slide by, you see it doesn't grab the shield, but then like behind you, you see it kind of like it almost thought maybe something was there.
It wanted to.
It wanted to. It didn't quite figure it out before you were already through.
Oh, now I feel bad.
Algernon there sliding down at you like a bullet. I would like you to make me a bones roll, please.
Oh, yeah.
Which often covers strength and endurance and things to catch these folks at this landing, or to see if you continue on into the dark.
Oh boy.
I just
Why
love
is
the
my
little
dice
tiny
coming
rat
out?
like,
Where is
ah!
it? Nowhere.
Oh, that
Okay.
is the mighty sentinel.
I'm low to the ground, so that's a 2. That's a 2.
Okay, so
I'm not gonna roll a big die
you
anymore.
grab onto them, and
It's so slippery. Oh.
it's very slippery.
I was like,
And you all spill. You don't go down the next set of stairs, but you do careen into one of the corridors and all land in a loud heap.
not the face, and then zip over my body.
So
The only
Less-
sound
less,
that follows is the laughing of my asshole book.
less, yeah, and that is exactly true. It's less of a graceful thing and more of a calamitous, just everybody in a pile, and all you hear
But
is.
we made it.
Asshole book.
We all just go asshole.
I really like your book because I often try to find a way to inject an NPC that I can emote through into my adventures, and this one doesn't really have one. But
Thought
I've
you
got
might
this
like
book.
this.
Yeah, I appreciate it.
Well, you said it was a curse, and I'm like, well,
It is accursed. It is
Right.
accursed.
so it's definitely an asshole.
Yeah, you probably get a migraine from reading from it too much.
Oh, absolutely, yeah.
It's the worst book. All right,
And now
you
he
are
knows
all.
all sorts of humiliating shit about me.
Yeah.
I wasn't sure at the beginning if it was asshole noun or asshole adjective, so I'm glad to hear it's a little of both.
In fact, Kella Lily, every time you tell it one of your stories, it not only does the book hear it, but one of the pages, the next page in the book, forever ascribes that story, so that if you ever did lose this, the next person that would find it would have all of these stories too, and there are stories from the prior owners in there as well. It's a terrible book.
Really is a terrible asshole book.
You are all on this landing. As I described before, there is an ornate door at the end of a longish hallway, and there is a less ornate door at the end of a shortish hallway, and then there is another bramble-stepped stairwell descending deeper into darkness.
Can we take this frictionless shield and put it back
Oh,
in
yeah.
the pack where we were carrying it?
Yeah.
Um,
I've got it written down as
but now
frictionless
it is
shield.
one of the treasures. So this hasn't
Yeah.
reduced the number of treasures we have, merely defined one of our treasures.
It defined it. I
Oh.
mean, you have 3 treasure right now. That is
Yeah.
your amorphous resource. You
Yeah.
have a frictionless shield until something happens.
So we
to
have
it.
so we no longer have 4 treasure. We only have 3 treasure.
You have 3 treasure.
and
You
a
have a
frictionless
frictionless shield.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, because one of the treasure was a
And-
single-use item.
Right.
Yeah, it was
Who,
Nipcac.
who
Yeah.
wants
So
to
glad we
carry
didn't
the
do Bob's.
frictionless shield, or does that matter?
I'm happy to be to just carry. Every group needs the sort of group Hufflepuff that manages everybody's like water and
Yeah.
stuff. So I'm happy
Plus
Also,
you're
it
armored.
becomes
to saddlebag.
So also keep in mind, now that your treasure is 3, you are skint. So treasure expenditures at the moment affect only one person.
We need to find more treasure.
We got to find more treasure. We used one of our treasures to affect only one person, but that was a good
Yeah, but that
usage
was
of it.
that affected him in a
no,
great way.
You would
Yeah,
have
not
died.
not complaining. Not
Yeah.
complaining. All right, so
Isn't Death's Door governed by the amount of darkness?
Yeah.
It isn't. It is straight up just dice at that point.
Oh, okay.
boy.
Yeah.
hurt
so
every
let's
penny.
go through doors. How do you people
Oh.
feel about doors?
You are not incorrect, Calla Lily. If the darkness is extraordinarily high, Death's Door is very bad. It's you're disadvantaged on your rolls. But in this case, I gave advantage on that because the treasure was spent and it was a good moment. So I interrupted. Go ahead. What was that, Flint?
Just asking how people feel about doors. We got ornate doors. We got not ornate doors.
How
I'm
do you
not
like
gonna just.
walking?
Can Herc take a look at the floor?
Absolutely. It is smooth, worked stone. It does not appear to have. It has some tracks of half spider passage. Like it looks like they roam freely throughout this maze.
They shall roam no more.
They definitely, as you look at it, realize that they will walk on the floor where there isn't bramble step, and they walk on the walls where there is.
Okay.
But other than that, you don't notice anything untoward.
Does it look
There's bramble
like
step on the walls.
No, bramble stuff on the floors, and that's why the spiders only walk on the walls.
Gotcha.
Half spiders.
Anything in particular about the ornate door? Anything about its ornamentation that might indicate as to what is in the room beyond?
It's large, it's lacquered, it's a heavy wooden door. There are 2 grips on the door, vertically spaced to perfectly suit a very large creature.
So
Does there seem to be a locking mechanism on either that we can see?
There does not appear to be so.
The 2 grips, though, that gives me pause. Does there seem to be basically, so is it two grips that simply are sticking out of the door? Or does each grip appear to have its own mount on the door?
They look like metal rings securely affixed to the door, like not knockers, but like the door rings, like ring pulls.
Because what worries me is that someone is going to pull and that they themselves will be pulled into the door and trapped there.
By that someone, do you mean her?
Well, I mean, whoever it is that attempts to open the door. That is my concern. I've seen such things before. But it's entirely possible this isn't such a trap, but I have seen such traps.
Or if we just have both the door handles held, then it's fine, right?
Well, yeah, as long as we've got something to, tie. We could either try to pull the door open, maybe. Or...
Callily, do you want Herc to go over there and give it a shot, or what?
It sounds like what Callilly's asking for.
Yeah.
All right then. I was actually thinking more about like scarves, but sure.
Herc sees that you're very curious about this door, and he goes over to it.
All right. What are you doing with the door, Herc? It's got 2 handles. You can reach them because you're kind of a big fella.
His first instinct is to lick it, but he fights that down.
Good Herc.
Yeah, he's just gonna like Herc and try to open it.
Okay. You grab them and you go to pull, and as you do, you are sucked into the door a little bit.
I knew it!
These ooze-like sticky appendages lash out, trying to pummel everybody else in the corridor as the pseudo door animates. We are going to enter a combat situation. The darkness is going to go up to 6.
I'm so happy.
Yes.
And the pseudo door is going to launch its attacks. It does not have area, so it does have restraining. Your hands are now stuck on this door, and they kind of burn. There's an acidic burn to it. And the appendages lash out. Who is like right past her, backing him up?
Flint was.
Flint. All right, Flint.
Let's be
I need you
real.
to make me a blades roll.
All right. 1.
You are going to get
agile.
You are traveled, well armed, and charming.
Yeah, I was just thinking about the fact that I'm skilled as well. It's right up there.
Yeah. Well, your skills, your
aspect.
aspect. Yeah.
But you are still armored, remember?
No,
I'm
he's
aware.
well armed.
No, but I have.
Yes,
Oh,
he's
you do
knight
have the knight
warrior.
armor. That's
Yes.
true.
Yeah, mine is
so it's going to
untouched.
hit. You're going to lose 2 hearts. So take some of that off your night ward, which I think breaks your night ward at this point.
I had 3 points of night ward originally, and I have lost none so far.
Oh, great, because you passed the
Yes,
melodic
I was the
note.
1.
So yeah, it slams into your night ward, and it wraps around you.
I love it.
And starts pulling you towards the door, and you can feel it trying to squeeze you and burn you.
Flint yells to Herc, this thing thinks it's got us, but we've got it. Flint is very confident for no reason.
And that is
All right.
very charming.
All right, that is the pseudo door's moment. Who would like a moment?
I mean, I'm right up in its face, or
Okay,
if it
Herc,
has a
at
face,
the
right?
start of your moment, you're going to lose 2 hearts as the acid burns into you.
So I lose one of my knight armor and then
Yep.
one of my hearts.
Okay, yep.
So if there's something we know about Herc, it's that he is very tough. He is a tough motherfucker, right?
All right.
So what he's like?
Oh, he is. He is tough. He's
Yeah,
literally
he's
tough.
He's tough. He's literally tough.
I literally
Um,
saw.
So this door is like fused to me now, and he goes,
Yep.
"Mama!" and he just starts slamming it against a wall.
Okay, Rorschach, got it. Okay, go ahead and make me a. So I see you're not stuck to it. It's stuck to you.
Yeah,
You're in here with me.
And you're just gonna start slamming this thing.
yeah.
Okay, I'm way into that. Make me a blades roll, please.
Okay, can I do that with advantage because I'm tough or no?
Tough is more of a resisting things coming at you. You're
Patrick, one of these days you're gonna give us advantage.
Yeah,
Oh,
yeah.
We're gonna be like,
he has a couple of times.
I have. Yeah, physically capable of taking a hit and holding up against the elements. So, you know what? I'll say instead of taking the 2 hearts, you took 1 heart. Because you are
Nice.
tough. So I apologize. You get 1 heart back, but you are at a regular
Guys, we
blade.
talked him into it. Job team. It's us against him. Okay, so what am I rolling?
Blades, please. 1 die.
Okay. Yeah, that's a 6.
6 is going to do it. Please roll for effect.
That is an 8.
Oh goodness! Please roll again.
Oh, that's right, because it adds together if I.
It explodes if you
Fighting.
roll your crown.
So that's a 3.
11 damage to the pseudo door.
Seems good.
Yeah, it does, doesn't it?
Yeah,
Woof.
it's good to me.
All right. The MC in me is like, time to start introducing some more mechanics to my players.
We have so much
No,
stuff.
we're okay.
What are you
We're okay.
talking about?
All right.
Boy.
You spent a heart to do that, though.
Right.
And who else wants a moment?
May I? Does it count if I unequip the shield and give it to Kala Lily because she is
Yeah, you can pass that off. That's
hearts?
problem.
Yeah. So does that count as a moment though?
No, it's all part of your
Human
moment.
All right.
connection.
Hand this, like, hold this for me. I'm going in. Yeah.
I mean, I have sharp claws and teeth. Is there some way I can be of use, or are we past that point now?
Bite a door.
Yeah, I'll bite a door.
Yeah.
So just to let the audience in on things, in mazes there's a thing called the fiction of the sword, which means that when you are doing a violent action, if you're coming in and fighting, your sword is how you are dealing the meat of your damage, right? If you are a burly warrior with a literal sword, that's what you're doing. You might have a log, you might have daggers, you might have all sorts of things. A spellcaster might be throwing small bolts of fire. That's their sword. So you don't need to consider yourself bereft of implements of destruction. If you want to have a spear or a sword as something, that is, you can do. It's a little different from well armed, where literally he is bristling with weapons. But you can say, oh yeah, well sometimes I got claws and sometimes I use this shillelagh. So it's up to you. You don't have to bite it with tooth and claw. That's what I'm saying.
It's so exciting to hear the word shillelagh in context.
Oh, shillelagh.
Oh, shillelagh. Yeah.
Gonorrhea and Bagora.
Oh my god. Gold. So I will roll. Question mark?
Sure.
To-
If you are doing a violent action on the pseudo door,
I'm
spend a
chomp up on
heart
that door.
and
Yeah.
roll blades, please. And yeah.
And 9.
I was like, how did you roll a 9? Right, you're a D10.
'Cause I'm a D10.
I think a 9's a miss. Isn't blades? I don't have the table in front
Blades
of me.
like 1 through.
I think it's there it is.
Blades is 4 through 7.
Blades is 4 to 7. Yeah,
7.
bones is the 9. So that
I'm
is going to
overcommitted.
miss.
I just got too excited about the violence.
Yeah, you tried to scrabble at it, and you're like trying to not run into Herc as well, or get
So
hit by
excited to help. Yeah.
there's pseudopods trying to flail around and grab more people. Okay, who else? We still have Kala Lily. We still have Flint.
Well, I don't have a shillelagh, but I
Mhm.
do have a cudgel and
Yeah.
a truncheon.
And
And
you are
Shit.
currently restrained by an acidic pseudopod. So you
so
will
neither
take
of those are going to help.
no. Your arms are free. It's just pulling you in from the chest.
Can my arms be not,
You
can
do
my arms
take
be not
2
free?
hearts
That's fine.
of acidic damage at
Yeah,
the
that's
beginning of your moment, and
Sure.
then
That's fine. But
describe
can my
to
arms
what
be
you're
not free?
Your arms could be restrained if you
Yeah,
want.
cool. Thank you.
Okay.
Oh boy.
And I have to spend a heart to act. Yes.
Yeah.
All right. This is my penultimate heart, so that's fine. I only need the last one.
Yep.
So I will spend my second to last heart. And unfortunately, yeah, the tendrils, when they came out, they wrapped around me and just like, oh, I'm totally stuck and wrapped up here. Sure would be a shame if I had blades in my bracers that I could just whip out and begin slicing through these arms all willy-nilly. So I
Yeah.
cut myself out of the pseudopods and then throw the blades into the slots of the door, attempting to
Love it.
yeah. So
Give
that's the
me
goal there.
blades with advantage. Well
Don't
armed.
mind if I do. I'm just going to use up all the weapons I brought, and then I'll get more.
Mm.
I got a 5 and a 6.
Okay, so
6 is
when
my
you
crown.
succeed, right? But it counts as a success first. Crown is just another way to succeed. It's not anything better. However, when you roll, in this case, blades, you roll 2 successes.
Yeah.
On an advantage, you can. That's a critical. You can either do your crown and damage, or you can roll for effect. Your choice. You can just do the flat 6, or you can roll for it.
I mean, I'm just rolling 1 die for it, right?
Yeah.
So
You are not
can't beat
deadly, so yeah.
So I can't beat 6.
But if you rolled a 6,
Then you
could
can
roll.
explode.
You
I'm
keep
going
rolling.
to take the flat 6.
Flat 6.
I'm going to take the flat 6.
All right. Now
I cut my way free and throw the knives into him. I'm going to call it good.
Still got some
Sarah
blades
just
left.
walked through the room and she was like, "Is this a hentai thing?"
No, and we
It
role
is
playing tools. We used lines and veils in session 0, and I made it very clear that I like to do restraining techniques, but no penetration of anything.
I will let her know. She walked in the other room now. But
So here's an interesting thing that the maze controller can do with darkness. So you have run my hazard out of hearts by 3. I am going to spend a darkness to refill its hearts.
To the full?
So darkness, well, not the full because there's carryover. The
good.
darkness goes to 5, and the pseudo door is still extant, but is damaged. So
since I ran it out by 3, does the 3 carry over?
It did.
Okay.
I like to carry over the damage, and it works both ways. If I send you, I typically carry over your damage as well.
Amazing.
All right. The pseudo door is still extant. It is roughed up and angry. Kala Lily, I believe you have a moment left. What would you like to do?
Yes, I do. Well, I know one of the things available to me with my asshole book is entropy and death energy.
This is true.
So obviously I don't want to touch this thing because it is corrosive to flesh. However, my book is always hungry, always out for its next meal. So I would like to summon the powers of the all-consuming void from beyond the darkness.
Jeez. Okay.
By using a star and eat the pseudo-ness of the door. Basically, suck out all that is animating. It's animating life force.
I like that. Okay.
Wow.
Right into the mouth of the book.
Okay.
Please tell me it says om nom 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 when it eats. It's an asshole. Yeah. Okay.
It's very sullen about it.
Okay. I like this. All right. You spend the star. Okay. You spend the star, and there is a black vortex of swirling energy that seems to draw all the moisture and lividity and everything that animates this thing out in a tentacle not of its own creation, and into the essence of the book, and you can feel it heating up in your hands as you do this. I would like you to roll for effect, please.
All right. 3.
3. Okay. Okay.
Who likes tentacles now? Ha!
You Flint, you feel the tentacle around you weaken. Oh, you ripped out of the thing.
I sliced
You
it, diced
super
it.
duper ripped out of the thing.
Yeah.
Never mind.
And the calamari.
Herc, you're struggling and slamming with these door knocker, not door knockers, handles, and they kind of just crumble into dust in your hands, and you pop free, and the whole door kind of sags and desiccates in front of you, and you see as it cracks and crumbles away, behind it is just a stone wall.
Yeah.
And it kind of slumps into a pile, and doesn't move.
Is there a treasure in that pile?
There's not. It's just a dead end.
Herc is gonna kick the wall.
I'm gonna pat the book to make sure it burps.
It doesn't seem to respond to you just yet. It seems like it is digesting this meal.
Poor gassy baby.
After with this fight being over, Flint's like, ha ha, we got it. And kind of, is feeling good, and then realizes, oh, I am so tired.
Mm-hmm.
If we're going
Flint
to
takes
take
a
a
condition.
break, I do need to.
Flint's not taking a break. Flint's just tired.
Flint just took a condition.
Well, I do need to feed my cat.
Oh, do we want
That's
to
on brand.
take a commercial break?
Yes.
Okay. Just a quick thing, Flint.
Yeah.
Don't forget, when you take a condition, you refill both your hearts and your stars.
Oh, I'm aware.
When you kick the wall, it's just solid stone. Like that time you kicked that tower and broke your toe.
Oh no.
And then I think at that point, Daniel, do we want to throw out a commercial? I just want to say to everybody watching along, thank you for joining us. We've got a lot more adventure to go. If you are interested, while you all take a break, I could talk about the Kickstarter for a minute or two.
Yeah.
Sounds great.
Okay. So we are, the timing of this could not be better for me. Although Michael and I have been talking about running this game in this space for months. All right. We'll be back in a minute, and then I'll tell you about the Kickstarter.
All right.
Friday
Unclear?
night,
Yeah.
Okay.
sitting at the table. All your friends with facial hair are here. They've got dice that are so expensive, like really, really expensive. Who spends that much on dice? You invite me to your party. Suddenly I have to fold laundry. I won't play Dungeons and Dragons. It's not gonna happen, not tonight. It looks hard, like you gotta do math and use your imagination. I don't get why you sit for hours on a game that no one wins in the end. And you set up a guy named Dave behind a cardboard wall, and you call him DM. Games are work when they're demanding. Can't we just play Catan? I won't play Dungeons and Dragons. It's not gonna happen, not tonight. It looks hard, like you gotta do math and use your imagination. I'll disappoint you. Maybe it's me and my fear of confrontation when every die you roll turns into a fight between a floating disc with basilisk, featherfall, prismatic wall, manticore and minotaur, nightmare, an owlbear, paladin, barbarian, a cleric, priest, unholy beast, dragonborn, rebel, hollow horn, hail of thorns, unicorn! I won't play Dungeons and Dragons. It's not gonna happen. Not tonight. I won't be your halfling assassin. It's not gonna happen. Not tonight. I won't play Dungeons and Dragons. It's not gonna happen. Not tonight. I won't be your halfling assassin. It's not gonna happen. Not tonight. Not tonight. Not tonight. Why is the table sticky?
All right. So welcome back. I am going to talk for a couple minutes about the Kickstarter that we have going on with 9th level games right now. bit.ly/grabatorch, all lowercase letters. That'll take you to the Mazes Kickstarter for the hardcover compendium of Mazes in print and PDF for the first time. 25% brand new content, 50% of the like condensed material from the zines that were out there, 25% condensed from the seasonal zines, tons of stuff, over 200 pages. We've already funded, we've crushed our funding goal. We've got over 1,000 backers, so the more the merrier. If you're looking for a chance to get in on this, please join in. Very excited. Again, bit.ly/grabatorch. Okay, so oh,
You did it.
okay, I did it.
You
again.
did it.
Okay. I'm getting messages from different areas.
You
So
did it.
when last we left our adventuring party, they had just defeated a pseudo door at the end of a dead-end hall. Herc had kicked the wall, realizing that it was in fact just a wall, and a flint was disgusted to find no treasure amongst the desiccated remains of the pseudo door, as it was devoured in whole essence by that asshole book.
So there's another door.
Probably the real door.
The less fancy door.
Herc.
No, I don't think we can hear you, Herc.
He's
Sorry,
just
I
so
was
winded
muted.
from punching that door.
Guys,
Does
I've only
the-
been doing a streaming show for like a year and a quarter. I know how to unmute.
Yeah.
You
Herc,
get
you want me?
spoiled 'cause-
You want me to get this door?
Kill.
Does this door also have two handles?
Is this your door?
It does not. It looks like a heavy stone door with just one big metal ring bolted into the about midway up.
Looks like a
Much
pole.
less suspicious.
Looks like a pole out into the corridor where you are.
Well, Flint's feeling very tired, but not too tired to open a door. So, gonna go for it.
All right,
Going into the
as you grab onto that handle, it's cold to the touch, and then you open it up, and
Chilly.
yeah, beyond at the center you see a wide, tall chamber, and at its center sits a squat and gnarled tree covered in willowy vines. A sweet and cloying fragrance drifts through the air. The floor is covered in roots, many of which cut into the flagstone to whatever lays below.
It seems like my nature wise might come in handy.
It might just.
Is this tree in any way related to the tree that I murdered to turn into my weapon that I used to love?
It does not look to be of a similar species. We'll have to wait for we've got another camera that we're going to turn on here in a moment. But no, it does not appear to be at all related to your beloved trunk. Daniel, if we could flick on the battle cam. That's just a name. It doesn't mean that there's a battle. It's just what I call my iPhone, I guess.
Right.
And I need to pull it up so that I can see what is being seen as well. There we go. Okay, so
Wow.
Seems good.
yeah. And then there's this thing. Doesn't really have a mouth. Let's just use this side. There we go.
Does it have a mouth, Patrick?
Yeah, no.
Okay.
But it does look like
But if it did,
I again apologize. I didn't realize there were this many pseudopods in the adventure, but in this case, they are roots. Lots of roots running all through the ground, and then this lumpy, squat, gnarled tree at the center. Oh, I'm gonna spend a darkness.
I don't like
Delighted.
the sound of that.
You're saying this is
Another haunting melody. A strange wind passes through the chamber, resonating into a haunting melody. All players, please make me a books save.
Oh, wow.
Oh boy.
Good news there.
If you fail, you're going to lose 2 hearts.
Just
Get
get my hearts back.
I get a 1.
Oh, I got a
You are a scholar, so I'm going to say that's a pass.
Excellent.
I got a 3.
3 is a pass.
Yeah.
I got a 2.
2 is a pass.
I got an 8.
8 is
strong.
a fail. You
Mighty.
lose 2 hearts.
Rolling 8s is my job.
Everybody knows what the party looks like. I'll just throw them over on this side.
Now
This
that was
not where
Earth's
you
crown.
are.
Did that matter? That it was the crown?
is
Oh yeah.
it is a crown. That's true.
Just
The darkness is currently torchlit, so instead of losing 2 hearts, I'm going to say you lose 1 heart.
Well done. folks.
Negotiated success. You
Oh.
succeed by only losing 1 of your precious
Even the
hearts.
hard way.
I was concerned that you were talking about the torchlit-ness because you're like, oh, instead of losing 2 hearts, you just lose your torch. You're plunged into darkness. I was like, oh man.
Ah, shit!
I'm gonna hot swap some Dwarven Forge here for a second.
Darkness begets darkness.
Aw.
I
This
will
is my
say-
Patrick voice.
I will say thank you for giving me the opportunity to crack open some of this stuff.
Mhm.
The hell of a year that it's been means that I have not got to play with all of my toys.
Yeah.
That's
Okay.
me and my wavelength
That's
board. I
better.
tell you what.
Yeah.
So
All right.
did I notice with my keen senses the song having any effect on the tree?
It did not. You do notice that it did not.
And if I were to put a feeling to this song, what would I call it?
It's the same feeling, a questing desire to escape.
Interesting. Is it trying to force us to want to escape, or does the source of the music want to escape? Is it simply trying to keep us out by sending us running away, or is it trying to itself escape?
Make me a book roll with advantage, please.
A 1 and a 3, so I don't know which
Double
one.
success. Well, for you, that's
Yeah,
2
yeah.
successes. You can barely fail at books. That's as a scholar, as the haunted librarian. Librarian created the class.
What librarian created the cast, Patrick?
So you are pretty sure from your sense of it that it is not so much trying to cause you to flee. You being affected by this is a side effect of the power of the the melody. It is instead an effort for something to escape. Perhaps the Shornhorn Skald.
Now, he's shorn-horned, so he was a minotaur of some kind, and I assume he's called shorn-horned because at some point his horns were taken off.
Were shorn, yes.
Do we know anything else about him, historically speaking? Clearly, he's a figure of much speculation and interest.
What you know, and I'm going to say because you have made a number of book rolls on this subject in the last hour or so, that he is a terror from a forgotten time. He was a cruel and imposing force of destruction, a 12-foot tall minotaur that smashed armies and villages with equal ease, all the while chanting dirges of annihilation and raw power. You do not know how it was entombed in this place, but now it appears that the wind is stirring and the distant tones of terror are rising once again as the Skald is attempting to break the ensorcelment here.
So
leveled armies with its song.
Intriguing. Such magic would be much better off in the hands of someone who knew how to responsibly use it.
So, what is the party doing? The thing has not, the tree has not made any moves against you. It is existing right now in the center. There are no apparent other ways out of this chamber besides the one that you came in.
I inherently distrust nature.
Not
you,
inherently trust nature.
Are we to understand that the fragrance is coming from the tree then, if there's nothing else
Yes.
going on in the room? Okay.
Yes.
I would avoid any blossoms. This may have spores of some kind. Sweet smells are a lure to draw one in.
Herc, you know
And
this
Herc has not put anything in his mouth so far.
Correct.
Okay.
Well, so my instinct is to go talk to this tree, but Christopher, what were you going to say?
No, I don't have a problem with that. Christopher is just going to say that Flint takes a little daub of wax from their belt that they use to keep their one of their garret lines nice and well waxed, and splits the wax into two little bits and wads the wax up and puts it into their ears.
Ooh.
Okay.
Don't
Noted.
mind me.
How classical.
What?
All right. Herc.
You know, the reason that he got kicked out of his village is because his mama noticed that he spent way too much time walking in the woods, communing with nature, talking to the trees. I mean, there was that time he was just like sitting at the base of his favorite tree with like butterflies just landing on him, and you know, he was like eating them like chips, but still it was just like it wasn't bugbear stuff. But like Herc, I think feels like he can go talk to this tree, and he's gonna walk up to it and kind of put his big dirty paw on it.
Okay, Herc, you step out onto the rooted floor.
Yep.
And go up to talk to this thing. As you gain its attention, the mass of roots writhes and swirls and lashes out at you. Make me a boot save, please.
So I roll my d8. I got a 1.
Are you at all quick or fast or agile, or you are tough nature-wise and ardent?
I'm saying I'm pretty passionate about nature, even though I'm trying to stuff it down, but
you know, I've been a little stingy with your edges, and I think you're right. I think you know a bit about nature and how to tread softly. I'll give you advantage on the roll.
Okay, so I'm gonna roll again.
Yeah.
And I get that's a 1.
Well,
Yeah, no, I think it's gonna lash around you. Again, the roots lash around your leg, holding you in place, and another one sweeps through, trying to slam you. Let's make this one just a straight blades roll, as the writhing horror attempts to slam you with a
Okay, so I
root-like tentacle.
Roll a 4 through 7. I'm rolling
Yeah.
my 8, and I get a 4.
Okay, so your leg is getting wrapped up by the roots and squeezing you, holding you in place, and the lashing tentacle flies by, and you dip, and you would dip, and it goes sweeping right over you, and you avoid that hazard. We're going to enter into a combat situation here at the moment. What does everybody want to do?
Can I ask a question?
Sure.
So my action where I wanted to go like talk to a tree, which was I guess pretty dumb. Did I lose a heart for doing that, or is it just
no? That was not a violent action.
Okay, got it.
Violence, the grind of battle and doing violent things is what wears down adventurers. Being inquisitive and touching things rarely does so, unless it's a sticky fake door.
Right.
Yeah. Okay, so this writhing horror is animating and becoming more lifelike. You see your companion Hart is fixed in place with roots tangling around one of his legs, and these vine-like roots are whipping around trying to slam him. What is everybody else doing?
I pee on it in case it's thirsty.
Very strange indeed.
What do I roll to pee on this weird
I mean,
tree?
you can just do it.
Piss can carry hantavirus.
Like on the tree itself or on the root-covered floor? Are you getting closer to it?
I'm just imagining like maybe this tree sort of root whip thinks that Herc is some source of moisture. I don't know how else trees eat, and perhaps, this thing. I mean, yeah.
All right, the dire wolf.
They
called you a dire wolf. That's because I slammed my D&D party with a whole bunch of dire wolves recently. The dire rat dashes in towards the tree and urinates all over it. It does not appear to recoil in horror as I did. However, who else would like a moment?
I would like a moment.
Yeah, please.
Watching the dire rat pee has sparked something in my brain. I do not like viney things, but it makes me think of veins, and it makes me think of moisture, and moisture makes me think of capillary action. So I might need a minute for this to work. But what I want to do is take some of my own blood. I don't know if this would be expending a heart or a star, but what I want to do is take a gobbet of my own blood and use the energy of my asshole book to corrupt it, and then infuse it into the tree and let the capillary action take it all the way to the heart of the beast.
Okay. I know how I'm going to do this. Then you're going to corrupt a thimble of, or a measure of your own blood, and get the tree to drink it in.
Using capillary action and its own system against it.
Yeah, normally stars don't require hearts, but in this case, you've kind of enhanced the description and flavor of what you're doing. So I would say spend a heart and a star.
I shall.
And I want you to roll your die for effect to see how long it's going to take to take full effect.
A 2.
A 2, so soon. All right, the asshole book grumbles at you about you feeding the blood to something else, and using its power to corrupt its next meal, but not even giving it.
I just fed you. Oh my God.
One more.
Such a baby.
Okay. So very soon, there's you see this blood. You cut yourself, and the energy swirls around in the blood, and as it falls down into the root floor that I've described, you see the roots around it blacken and wither, and you can see this rot and decay and corruption start to creep closer and closer as a wave towards the tree. It's not moving very fast, but it is moving towards the tree. Okay.
Does it seem like Herc is in danger up there? Yeah.
Yeah, Herc is currently grappled by roots
Right.
and trying to get willow-womped by
Right.
vines.
So the thing that I want to know is if, like, I pull out an ads. I've got a
Yeah.
nice ads. Yeah.
Yeah,
I
yeah,
pull
yeah.
out
Oh,
an ads.
I haven't seen an ads used in quite some time.
Yeah. Well, it's what happens. From within my vest of many stabby things, I pull an ads, not good for stabbing at all.
No.
And execute a tight roll forward to chop at the root around Herc, with the intent of chopping the root, grabbing Herc, and rolling back away from the tree.
Okay, let's go with some boots action here.
Oh well, good news. Good news. I have disadvantage on boots.
Okay.
So I was hoping to go by chopping, but I agree.
I mean,
the thing that I'm doing is about movement.
The super active bit you described was very.
Wait, but aren't you? Don't you have an advantage that would cancel out the disadvantage?
Only when fighting, and in this case, I'm doing less fighting and more harvesting / rescuing. Yeah.
Gotcha.
So,
Gotcha.
Give me a boots with disadvantage.
That's fine. That's fine.
I mean, you are a D6. You do have a good shot at.
I'm good at boots. I just need
very
to
good at
roll,
boots.
and I can make an argument for 6, and I can make an argument for 1.
Yeah.
So
let's see what the dice say.
Right, and I get a 3 and a 4.
Success.
So,
we'll take the worst result.
Yeah,
that's a success all the way around.
Amazing.
With deft skill, Flint rolls into action across this root floor, and pulls out and with the ads chunks into the roots and crunch, and you are freed, Herc. It just like shatters away from your legs. Yeah, I think that's good. Okay. Herc, Algernon, I believe you both have no, Algernon, Pete. Herc, you have a moment.
Yeah, so I have, I think, what is it, like 2 stars or something like that?
Yeah, so as a warrior, you start with 8 hearts and 2 stars.
Right. I don't know what kind of thing Herc would use stars. I guess I don't quite get what I'm doing.
Okay, so stars can be used to trigger edges in certain ways. You see this a lot with the Accursed Relic, or when Algernon used Quiet. They're also kind of a narrative currency. So you can establish some facts about the world around you. It isn't just like a game of 6-year-olds saying like, I tagged you, you tagged me, that sort of thing. But you can make statements that if I'm into it, I'll take as fact about the world. So that you could use the stars to manipulate the environment around you.
I think I don't quite know how to make this work. Maybe
tell me what you are trying to accomplish.
What I want to do is use my knowledge about trees and nature specifically, and I want to help that poison that calla lily distributed into the roots. I want it to get to the heart of the tree faster, and I think I do that by breaking other roots where it could have gone that way, but instead it's going to go more correctly. That's
exactly where my mind went as well when you described it. So yes, this is actually and you can, if you want to spend a star to do that perfectly. Yes, absolutely. You're nature wise, you see what's going on, you spend the star, you've been freed by Flint, you turn around, and with several deft cuts and a couple cracks, we don't have any cutting weapons, so a lot of cracks and pulls and things like that, and you are able to manipulate it so that the poison will go dead end. I'm going to knock one of the timers off of that to make it happen even sooner. Okay. The Writhing Horror gets a moment. The Writhing Horror, currently everybody but Calla Lily is within range. So I need everyone to make me a boots save to see if you are grappled by roots.
Man.
including me, or
No, Kalalili,
Okay,
you are
okay.
you are currently not in the
Okay, that's what I
in the-
thought, but I
in the
just
root
wanted to make
section.
sure.
I was like, you know what? When do I pick between stressed or tired or hurt? I'm gonna pick tired. It's gonna be
Which
great.
boots? Oh, no.
because
Well,
we hadn't done much boots until now.
Also, but I mean, at least it is the one that I'm good at.
Yeah. Ooh, Molly's got the dice cam. Love it. That is, I mean, it's a
That is-
fail, but I still love it.
I got a 1 and a 6.
Oh, interesting.
Oh,
Right.
We are currently torchlit, so well, how about this? I
Yeah.
can say you are not grappled,
Okay.
but will have disadvantage on the blades save that you're about to take from the thing swinging through, or not grappled, but it costs you a heart.
If it costs me a heart, then I don't have disadvantage on the blade save.
Correct.
Yeah, I'll get winged as I'm going by.
All right. Yep. Success with a consequence.
Yeah.
You are not
Always love it.
grappled, but you do lose a heart. If anyone is grappled, if you have failed, you are grappled. So you, like Herc a moment ago, is stuck in place. Now, if you've been grappled, then you're getting attacked. So please make me a blade save. Actually,
But I haven't been grappled, so
Flint,
I'm not.
you have not been grappled, so you will not make the blade save.
And I
That's how we'll
rolled
do
a
it.
4, so I am not grappled.
You're not grappled. So, okay. It is only those who got grappled that are getting pummeled. So I think, Algernon, you rolled a 2, right?
Yes,
on
I did.
boots, which is not a good
Unfortunately.
number for boots. So would you make me a blade save, please? I guess it's just, am I the only one that got hit? Yeah, I think it's just Algernon.
oh, adorable rat sound.
Okay. If you failed your blade save, you lose 2 hearts as it slams into you. Okay.
Poor baby.
That is what's going on with that right now. This is an interesting way to take out this hazard. I'm loving it. The party's moments. Go ahead. The poison will reach the creature very soon. The bottle cap from my beer is poison.
The poison for the creature.
This
Yeah.
monster is
Poison
very
specifically
drunk.
made for the creature. The creature's poison. So I feel like if are we seeing this? We're seeing the black stuff.
What you're
The
seeing,
blight.
you're seeing Herc is like it's like a game of curling, right?
Oh,
We're
yeah.
trying to get the thing to go down.
Mhm.
Herc is one of those folk. I don't remember any of the
The
terms.
brushers.
Who is just clearing the way as this poisonous ichor like poison words, come on, Patrick, is oozing towards the
A lot of poison
the
in
tree.
this game. This
Lot of poison.
Maze is a very poison focused game. in general,
Patrick has some tropes.
Okay. All
Let's
right.
go with
Alright.
that.
All right. Good to know. Good to know.
Because I fucking love poisoning shit.
Yeah, I like poison
Makes me back when we made characters and I said, nah, I'm not interested in the mad alchemist. Now I see. I see. It's fine. It's fine. No regrets.
So
so
like
my
Herc
question
is
is-
guiding this in.
Right.
Yeah.
Is anyone still grappled?
Algernon is currently like half body wrapped up.
Oh,
Well, good
no.
news.
Yeah, because you're not.
Because I gave
incredibly
my
tall.
leg to just grab me by it.
What-
Yeah.
Yeah, it
Good
was
news.
just Herc's leg, but Herc's leg is your like most of Algernon.
Right.
Yeah.
At this point, I am less concerned about the diving and the rolling across the roots and more concerned about the fact that Algernon is so covered up in roots.
Yes.
And I'm still adds in a good time. So I'm just going to adds my way through.
Yeah.
I've got
So this is
Yeah.
less rolling around,
let's
and
learn around for
more
reasons.
direct
Yeah.
application of your abilities.
Yeah.
Okay, so let's go with a blades roll with advantage
I love it.
uh,
Love to see it.
for
Okay.
Flint trying to free Algernon.
That's all I'm doing here.
Yeah. Now my intent is you are not trying to do heart damage to the writhing horror.
Not
So
at
I'm
all.
not having you spend
Okay.
It's not a violent
Yeah,
action.
I
You're just-
assume that it can make infinite of these roots functionally infinite for the purposes of this fight. I'm not trying to damage this
Damage
thing.
it.
I'm trying to free my
Cool.
friends.
Then it doesn't cost you a heart.
Yeah.
Go ahead with your blades roll, please.
As Flint like swings this thing, it has this thought of like I'm trying to free my friends. Flint on the second swing goes, I think of Algernon as a friend, and this is a revelation for Flint. And Flint feels really like conflicted, but in a good way about it.
Ah,
I
A
rolled a
bond.
3 and a 4.
That is a critical success.
On
with-
a blades?
I'm sorry, it's a success.
It's
with
just a
four.
regular success, right?
A regular
Success
I
with
would
four.
love a critical success, Patrick.
Success is success, though. You hook that because it's got like a little point thing on the
It
end,
does.
and you just right down, and it just shatters away from you, Algernon, as you your fur fluffs up a bit, and you're free to
Flint
move
doesn't get any
again.
pee on him. It's everybody.
Wow.
Yeah.
Amazing.
All right, who would like a moment? No one is currently grappled. What are you all doing? The poison is moving closer and closer.
I'm
Herc's
watching with anticipation.
All right. Is anybody sticking around near the thing? Is anybody backing out? I know Flint has moved in closer and freed Algernon. Algernon, what are you doing?
Did peeing on it do anything at all?
It did. It gave Calla Lily a flash of inspiration. So
Gave
you
her a
did.
data point. I'm happy to do it. Yeah.
yeah,
It also made peeing canon for dire rats.
this is
Yeah.
true.
Yeah.
That has to pee on things. to make it
Terribly
pee.
true. Yes,
Before this happened, dire rats have never peed before.
they're very
He
strange.
didn't have bladder. Yeah. It was just.
Well, what's really great about rat piss is that it can actually form a type of amber in what are called pack rat middens. And archaeologists find pack rat middens where they store all their stuff to be incredibly valuable. And so this amber-like matrix of rat piss can actually be quite useful in the archaeological sense to preserve artifacts.
Yeah, I was gonna say valuable like ambergris, or is it like a time stamping thing, or is
Like
it
a
because
time stamping thing. Well, and
Oh.
also literally like something can
Preserving.
be frozen in amber, only the amber is
only
rat
the
piss.
amber is rat piss?
I'm
Can
pretty
I
sure.
just say,
Fantastic.
yeah, I just want to say in canon that Algernon, just kind of came to in the woods one day, just a sort of scientific sort of reject. Met Herc. That's just what Algernon thinks people are
Mhm.
until they met this party. But Algernon holds Calla Lily in very high esteem. She's very
Aw.
pretty and she asks very good questions. And Algernon doesn't know a lot of words, and it's just like, yes, whatever.
Well,
whatever
Calla
the
Lily
black
loves.
lady said.
I love both my furry babies so very much. I do. I love you. You're the only people that are as weird as me in this whole world until we
I
met
love it.
Flint, who was like by far the face.
It's
My
like
head canon
y'all are
is that the
strange,
first
but that's
time-
cool.
Yeah, the first time Algernon ever got a head scritch was from Calla Lily. and they
Oh,
were like,
I
"Martin."
love giving scritches. I love it
Fantastic.
so much.
Fantastic.
Both
Uh,
my sweet furry babies. I would do
are-
anything for you. I would die for you.
Are you two fur friends backing away, or are you applying violence? What are you doing? Dodge and roll?
Are we
Continue?
kind of waiting out the poison at this point? I would say we sort of
I mean,
try to distance ourselves, get it to a safe space.
I think everyone maybe pull back a bit because what if it rots through the floor?
Yeah,
I mean,
actually.
you can try to tell Herc to pull back, but I don't think it's gonna work.
The
Probably
tree didn't
not.
answer Herc's question.
Herc,
Yeah.
Herc pushes on. Herc, what are you doing?
Herc has done the broom thing, is like ushering the poison towards the.
Mhm.
He's using his special log.
Sweeper, right? Sweeper. Yeah.
Sweeper.
Yeah, Herc has now gotten close enough to this creepy ass tree that he's just gonna like start swinging at it and knocking branches off.
Love it. Spend heart. Make me a blades roll.
Do you see its face? Does it have a horrible face?
It doesn't. It doesn't. It's just a lumpy tree. I am using a Roper mini, but it is just a lumpy tree.
So that is a 6. Which
Did you just do the Roper dance?
I did just do the roper
Taro
dance.
Druaga?
Mr. Robin,
Oh, that's.
I
my
can't
favorite.
not.
I'd love it. All right. What was that again, Herc? Sorry, I was distracted by the Roper dance.
I'm just sad I missed it. I was like looking at a dice to see that I got a 6. which is a
6.
success.
6 is a success. Please roll for effect.
All right, I'm rolling I'm sorry, I can't get that close to the dice because I have a kitten on me.
No worries.
I rolled a 6 once again.
Okay, that's pretty good. Yeah, you chop into it. Oh, interestingly enough. Oh, there's one.
Ah, the baby.
You chop into this
Oh
thing
my God.
so hard that a large animate vine like you chop through one of its roots that it's been using. Not like the smaller ones that you've been able to cut away, but this one is actually an actual moving vine, cuts away from the tree thing and drops to the ground and starts snaking around looking for something to grab.
Creepy.
Yeah, this the writhing horror has an edge called spawner. When you do 5+ points of hearts of damage to it at once, it spawns a treason vine. All right, so unfortunately for the writhing horror, at about this time, the poison arrives. The darkness wells up through the base of it, and you see the vines around it, and the vines that is whipping around sin to droop and wilt. It doesn't seem to kill it outright, but everything kind of drops and becomes logy and less animate and sleepier, and you get the sense, Herc especially, you get the sense that this tree thing is going to have to hibernate or go into a deep slumber in order to purge itself of this poison. It could take days, it could take years, you don't know, but it is now falling out of its animate form, and the vines and roots that were whipping around you drop into stillness, except for the one that you cut free that is wriggling around. It is going to Herc, you're out there. It is going to try to wrap around you. So please make me a boots save.
Okay. Can do. So I need to roll a 3 through 5 with my That is a 3.
Okay. It attempts to wrap around you, and you just take the end of your log and squish it.
Yeah.
And it's just and stop it.
Yeah.
And with that, the writhing horror loses both of its elements of writhing or horrorness, and it is now a sleeping tree of some sort.
Huh.
Sleep, go to sleep, go to
Can I see the bottle cap in the mouth of that thing?
Oh, there's the actual mouth, and then we can put the
Yeah.
bottle cap in the mouth.
Yeah.
There we go.
It took the poison.
Yeah.
Did the song go away when this tree went to sleep?
No.
The song wasn't going the whole time though, right?
No, it was just that.
It comes
just
in
that
once in a while.
Little whisper.
It comes
Once
in
in a
like
while.
in waves.
Yeah.
Right.
Almost like once a chamber. Yeah.
Hypothetically speaking.
Hypothetically, I might have a darkness spend that lets me do it once per chamber.
Yeah, something like that.
Oh, I did forget to raise the darkness as
the fight
combat.
began, you did
As
not.
the fight began, we're back
did
up to
not.
5 darkness.
Oh, I thought.
When there is a fight.
Oh no, you're right. You're right. Yep.
Yeah.
Because things got a little bit brighter, and then we entered combat.
For a moment. Yeah. I've got to spend some darkness, or y'all are gonna get murdered in a bad way.
I
like
like
to kill you
some
in a
darkness.
good
We're gonna
way.
get murdered in a bad way, right?
I want to kill you in a good way, not a bad way.
Oh, good.
All right.
We should be eating half spiders, is what I'm hearing.
I'm gonna
Crunch.
take a single glass vial that I have in about my person, and I wish to take a flower, one of its flowers,
Sure.
for further study, but I don't want to touch it. So basically,
Okay.
gonna just slide the glass tube, and then
Yeah. Okay. Yep. You grab a sample of it. Okay. All right. We can kill the battle cam, Daniel, and go back to your other format. And now, all right, you're in this chamber. It does not appear to be any other way out. But you do know that there are stairs leading deeper into darkness behind you.
And there's no treasure in this chamber.
No, unfortunately.
That's all right. I don't know.
nothing like hidden in the roots or anything along those lines.
Oh, make me a boots roll. Not boots. I misspoke. Please make me a books roll, which is covering perception and things like that.
That is a 2.
Woo.
Which is a success. In fact, not in the roots or anything, but tucked away in one corner is the desiccated remains of a former adventurer or some luckless inhabitant that wandered into this place at some time in the past. And amongst its bones, you discover one treasure. So we'll take the treasure to 4.
Yeah.
Hey,
That's the number
we're
we
flush.
like. Let's
All
get
right.
more.
right.
Normally, I got to tell you, Patrick. Normally in games like this, I tend to play characters that give no Fs about treasure, and the mechanical system here really incentivizes you to give Fs.
Yeah. Love it.
So it's nice.
Many Fs.
Sometimes there are rooms with no treasure, and sometimes there are. It happens that this room I had not filled out the treasure section of it. So thinking about it, yeah, there would be something in there, which is why I went with
You got to find it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'll say a few muttered words over the dead body, commending it to the forces of night. May they be merciful in its
not
grasp.
doing anything with this.
And your book kind of goes.
Exactly.
Yeah,
Loser.
it just makes farting noises every time you try and.
Of
be
course it
serious.
fucking
Any
does when I'm trying
serious
to be
moment.
dignified.
Yeah.
Yeah. Absolutely not.
It's like a Furby I owned once. It would ask me to tickle it, and I would, and it would fart at me and laugh.
Okay.
So I guess we're done with the 2 doored areas. One door was a
Yeah.
lie. The other door wasn't.
Doors alive.
Was also a lie. I mean,
It was truly a door, and behind it there was a thing that we wanted to not see.
yeah.
One
So
wonders
let's go
where-
sledding.
Mhm.
And I got to relieve myself. So you
That's
know.
true.
Mm.
Were there any, like, amongst the tales of the shorn horned skald, is there anything like a particular connection to nature or any significance that this tree might have for having been planted in his barrow?
There isn't. And the fact that there isn't is curious.
Hmm.
You're not exactly sure what this thing was doing, but it has something to do with, you think, wherever those roots are pointed down below.
We shall find the answer.
It's not something Algernon would have a sense of probably, but did it have the appearance that this room was designed to house a sort of like meant to have this thing inhabiting, or is it an invasive?
Yeah, no, it does not look like an invasive species. It looks like this room was designed to house this thing.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
And since
Yeah,
ostensibly
and
this
you can tell
barrow-
because the flooring around it is not like broken and ripped in a way that is haphazard.
It was
It is,
planted.
there is a section that is cut out where it has been planted into it.
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm.
And
Love
as
to see it.
far as we know, they who constructed the barrow did so with the intention of keeping things in.
Correct.
Well,
Flood time?
Yeah, we got to Legolas this
Yeah.
shit.
Should we all
Fine.
just- I don't know if I have quiet left, so do we all 4 of us just pile on the
Yeah,
back
just
of the
pile on.
shield?
Yeah,
and
yeah.
zip on
The
down?
Flying Dutchman sort of you've solved my bramble step puzzle. So yeah, the shield is still there for you. I haven't taken it away from you. Oh, as you slide down to the next level, who's steering the shield? Who's on the bottom?
Mm,
It seems like Flint, with your naval experience, would be a good
Works for
choice to
me.
steer.
I agree.
All right.
More than happy. More than
Make
happy.
me a. I love it. Make me a
Is it
boots
boots check?
roll,
Do you
please.
want me to do a boots check real
I
quick?
would like you to make boots.
You know what?
please.
Because you're asking me to do boots, I will not only do that, but I'll roll 2 dice to do it. Just to
All
see what
right,
happens.
love it.
Just to see.
Love it.
Twice as many dice. It's good, right? 4 and a 5.
Hey, that's
You know,
actually
boots is this
boots,
is
boots.
another reason for me to take boots is that because like 1 is
Your
good,
window.
6 is good,
Yeah.
2 is bad. I
Yeah.
don't want 2s.
Yeah, yeah. So you without fail are able to slide down the thing, and everybody hops off. But I am going to spend a darkness.
Yeah.
As you hop off, the shield skips off
Mm.
too
down
slippery.
the next one. It's too
Without us.
slippery. Without you.
Yeah.
You make it down without fail.
We try to
but
catch it, and it
you
slips out of
try
our
to-
hand.
and it-
Right.
Yeah. So I'm going to spend a darkness to send your shield off into the darkness.
Sure.
Wow.
Flint's gonna go, oh no, it's gone. And everyone's like, "What? Why are you yelling?" He's like, "Sorry."
So there is a landing here where there is another passage, just one, and then there's another stairwell that goes down to the darkness that is also covered with bramble steps.
And at the bottom of that second stairway,
Somewhere down there in the
is-
darkness.
Oh, it's beyond
maybe-
where we can see.
Yeah, it's down.
Okay.
It's down and maybe around the corner.
Do we hear an impact? Do we hear it hit anything, or is it just
No,
darn.
because it's such a vibrationless,
Right.
Right, it doesn't
quiet
vibrate.
shield.
Right,
Yeah.
of course. Yeah.
It only vibrates if somebody hits it with a hammer.
Or if you
Or
like,
punches it
or like
real
hit
hard.
somebody with it.
Yeah,
right?
that's true.
Bong.
But not sliding downstairs.
Not sliding down
Yeah.
steps.
It resonates through your bones. That's how you
Yeah,
hear
yeah,
it.
yeah, yeah. Osteoconduction. Yeah.
And I also wanted to ask, is there an in-world word that's analogous to cowabunga as we're going down the stairs?
Mama.
Nothing's been scripted. It's
Much better than my battle cry.
Whatever
Yeah.
Herc says, whatever Herc vocalizes, that's the
Yeah.
word.
all right, Mama. That's what Herc says.
So do we want to try to proceed down these stairs, or do we want to check out this? Sorry, do we want to try to proceed down the
Oh, right.
stairs, or do we want to check out this door?
Oh, right.
We should, and I'm going to try and incorporate, like, we don't want to leave any foes behind us when we go downstairs.
Absolutely not. No.
So I will
No.
investigate the door.
Yeah, it's about 20 feet away. There's a, do I have a nice clean description? There's a big heavy, I think it's just another big heavy door that is not like lacquered.
Oh, no lacquer. You know what that
Yeah, no
means?
lacquered on this one. There it is. Yeah. It is just a heavy stone door similar to the one you opened into the chamber of the writhing horror.
Hmm.
Can we smell anything? Do we smell any fragrance similar to the previous room?
Make me a books roll, please.
Oh, my favorite roll.
Yeah.
You got me my favorite roll.
Yeah. I'll get you more bones here in a bit.
All
Sorry.
right.
No bones about it.
That would be a 4.
No, you're not smelling anything but the strong scent of Herc.
That Herc musk.
Yep.
And Herc did Herc right in the first room, so like it's
Yeah.
extra strong.
Yeah.
It's a comforting smell, like
Yeah.
other than the sort of epicac smell.
Yeah.
Right. Well, who wants to open this one?
I suppose.
I am strong and sturdy.
Go
I can
for
go
it.
for it
Yeah.
with my little rat hands.
I
Yeah.
love red hands. Yes.
Yeah, you just claw onto it
Oh,
and
okay.
pull it open with no issue. The small room beyond is made from fitted stone. It's roughly 20 feet square. It's quite tiny. However, on the opposite wall are 2 identical stone arches that lead deeper into the barrow.
Is there any
Two of them.
ornamentation in here?
No, it is absolutely barren.
We found
With
a McDonald's.
with the arches,
Yes.
are the arches identically made of the same stone, or is one of them made of a different type of stone?
They're both made of the same stone. They're identical to each other.
There's a left and a right.
Is one of the
Was-
arches telling the truth and one of them lying?
Mhm.
There are 2 Shakiras. One Shakira's hips don't lie. The other Shakira's hips can only lie. You may ask one question. Out of curiosity, do we know whether or not the Shornhorn skull was left-handed or right-handed?
You do not know the answer to that.
Mm.
Alas, sometimes we are at the limits of knowledge.
Yeah, like which way, we don't know which way the door hinged open or anything like.
Oh, yeah, my players ask me that stuff all the time. But in this case, you just pulled it out. it just pulled out into the corridor.
It didn't even
just
turn
one of
anyway.
these.
It's just a
Set it aside.
block. You
Yeah.
hauled it out and it's there now.
Really,
Don't
the
worry
room
about
is
it.
just kind of corked. Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, God.
Which is why you couldn't get any of the sense or anything
Yeah.
like that.
Right.
Can
Well,
we, like-
also, I mean, it would have been built not
my
by the
goodness.
The
short-horned
baby.
skull. Oh,
Hello, it's a baby.
oh, babies.
Yeah. My
All right,
my
sorry.
desk baby is
Did we got
is,
baby?
is much
Oh,
more
I
just
think mine are hanging out with my wife. They have not attacked any of my dwarven forge yet.
You can see mine. You can probably just see her eyes.
Oh, buddy.
She's right there behind me. Christopher Badell would probably remember the time I used her as a hat to try and beat him in a hat wearing competition.
Mhm. She was not into that.
No, she's not.
So can we like walk up to them and try to kind of look through them a bit, see how they look?
Yeah,
Yeah.
I want to investigate.
Can I pee through them?
They appear to just be a continuation of corridor that looks roughly the same. The one on the left continues out for about 10 or 15 feet before turning to the left. And the one on the right continues about 10 or 15 feet before turning to the right. So they look like mirror images of each other.
Okay, and hear me out. We split the party.
What's our darkness set to?
The darkness is currently 4.
Oh, all right. So
You're
Yeah.
torchlit.
how do we accordingly split though?
If we split the party, it will definitely increase the darkness and it will potentially put us in a situation where we're in a fight or in 2 fights simultaneously with
Right.
Yeah.
I didn't really want to do that.
Oh,
Okay.
okay.
Yeah.
I'm sorry. That was my ironic voice.
So what
I
if,
knew that because Herc only knows 17 words.
Technically, in this game so far, it's 3.
Okay.
And that was my ironic voice. It's 5 of them.
Yeah, 16 of those words are kill.
Kill.
Sure.
do we just flip a coin, go through an arch?
Yeah, like, do we have?
I prefer the left-hand path myself.
I want to throw
Right, it
things
is.
into them and see if like sound is weird, but a rat wouldn't do that.
I mean, Herc will throw anything at any point just because.
Mhm.
Right?
I'm gonna grab
Um,
some. Are there some like stray bricks around or something?
I mean, you've got probably rinds from or chicken bones or whatever from previous meals and
I just
sorts
pull
of
stuff out
things.
of my fur.
yeah.
Yeah, the twig.
One of
Yeah.
them is like a live bird.
Yeah.
I throw it down one of the hallways. What happens? It's the one on the right.
Yeah. It flops into the hallway, it hits the wall and slides to the bottom and kind of wakes up, shakes itself a little bit, walks around some, and then comes tottering back to you. Crawls
Okay.
back up into your fur.
I'm gonna throw it down the other one.
It is more awake this time, so when you
Yeah.
throw it, it actually starts to fly and flutter around for a bit, and then it flies back to you and settles into your fur.
Okay, Herc
Familiar.
shrugs. Herc.
Yeah, we likely need to go down both of them, so let's go down the left hall and see what's
Mhm.
there.
Indeed.
Yeah.
Okay. I am going to spend a darkness.
Naturally.
I'm not telling you why I'm spending a darkness.
And how
So it's
wide
a
are these
3.
corridors? Yeah.
We're now Brit. We're not Brit. We're now bright.
We're now Brits, are we?
Oh, babe.
The corridor is about 10 feet wide. It's a pretty wide corridor. It's 10 feet wide, 10 feet high.
Oh, okay, so we don't have to like single file through.
Yeah,
this
no,
thing.
no, it's
No.
nice and wide. Yeah, you start heading down this thing. It turns a few times, and after it turns about 2 or 3 times, it just ends. A dead end.
A cul-de-sac.
Yeah.
I will, using my keen fingers, kind of touch the dead end,
Yeah.
sensing for pressure.
Yeah, you start running your fingers along these. At about that time, the spike-like hair follicles of this corridor mimic spring out of the
no.
walls and
Mm.
start to and the whole place starts to gyrate and twist. You hear a grinding from somewhere down the hallway from whence you came.
Not again.
And the corridor mimic is trying to spike you. Calla Lily, I need you to make me a boots roll, please,
Oh boy.
to avoid the
boots.
spikes that shot out at you. Or
I rolled a 1. I'm a
Perfect.
scholar.
you are going to get spiked. So you get spiked for 2 hearts.
Oh, spaghettios.
Does Calla Lily have any stars left?
I have
that's
1 star left
Yeah.
and 1 heart left.
Ooh.
That's all right. Okay. And we are in another combat situation as the corridor mimic is trying to twist and turn. It's going to try to like a chicken's gizzard, right? The stone tries to grind you into paste to digest you, is how this thing is going to eat. And I have to
May
check.
we choke up its craw.
Well, I had this thought, and I don't know how this translates into the game, but I have this big stick. Can I somehow prop it so that it doesn't hurt my party as badly?
Very Han and Chewie. What's happening?
Yeah.
Okay, I'm sorry, I was distracted for but a moment. You're poking at this thing with your
Trying to
stick.
brace. Sounds like trying to brace it apart. So
Now I'm trash compactor scene. Got it. I'm right there. Okay. Yeah, it is trying to squeeze in and crush you. So you try and brace it with your big log, and it's not like squeezed in enough to do that yet, but you're ready. It won't be able to squish you with your log in place.
Perfect.
Okay.
Then we're fine. Everything's fine here. How are you?
just set up camp here.
Well, does it just help me or does it help everyone?
Well, right now it's going to help anybody who is narrower than your log for the
Okay.
moment.
So I forget how it went in the trash compactor, so I don't know.
Yeah.
Been a while.
Well.
Feel like we can maybe take our moments to book it out of this tunnel. Yeah.
To run opposite way we came.
Yeah. Back there. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
My only concern
Okay.
is the scrunching sound that we heard earlier, but I didn't hear it, so I'm not worried about that. So I'm just gonna
Crunch.
because we heard a sound which I Christopher assume was the doorway that we came through, like slamming shut in some way perhaps, but Flint didn't hear such a noise.
I don't.
So Flint, you are tearing ass back down the way you came.
Yeah, except Flint would not be interested in being the first one to run. Flint would be like, "Come on, let's go, let's run," but isn't going to run out first.
Okay.
It wants to make sure everybody is moving. Is not going
All
to
right.
abandon these people.
Okay. So Herc has got the beam out there to try and make sure that it doesn't squish you all completely, and you're all trying to make your way down the corridor. I need everyone to make me a boots save as the corridor, as the filaments of hair and needle spikes are trying to impede your progress.
No twos.
I rolled a 2.
Well, I don't care about that one.
All right. Anyone who fails their boot save gains the held condition. You are currently held in place. And just so you know, a held player has disadvantage on boots and blades until freed.
I already have disadvantage on those. So.
I rolled a 3, which is good, and a 6, which is a crown.
Which is not a which is a crown, but is not a negotiated success because it is currently bright. So a crown is a success.
Even better.
Darkness of 3,
yeah.
crowns are successes. So that is a
Love to hear it.
success. You are not held in place.
I rolled an 8.
8 is a crown, which is a success.
Okay.
So you are not held in place.
Okay.
Yep.
So who's held?
I'm held.
All right.
But which makes sense because I had already gotten spiked before, so I imagine that the spikes are just
So
holding on.
Algernon and Callily are both held
Yeah.
and spiked. Okay.
Held and spiked.
Okay.
But the two of
Wait,
you.
no, we were rolling boots. I rolled 4.
So you're fine. Algernon's
Okay.
fine. So it's just Calla Lily. You're all heading as you go back to the thing, and the three of you get to the end, the beginning of the entrance, and it is indeed sealed shut, like I don't use that word. It is sealed shut. And you turn around and you see a distance behind you. Calla Lily is enmeshed in trying to free herself from this thing. But it's like lashing out and twisting around and preventing her from moving.
Patrick, like an aperture.
Yeah, it's an aperture that is closed.
We got through it.
Yeah, thank you. My
No problem.
thesaurus failed me.
That's all
But
right.
the whole place is roiling and twisting, which is why your feet are getting stuck because everything's moving around, because it's not stone that you are moving on.
Mm-mm.
Is the inside of this creature.
Mhm.
Okay. I would like everyone to make me a blade save to resist, and if you're held, you're at disadvantage to resist the slicing and dicing that the corridor mimic is doing. It has the area edge.
Yeah.
Which
I
means
rolled
everyone.
a 1, so I'm just curious.
You're a Seahawk, so I'm not going to give that to you.
Fair.
If Herc could roll the 1, I would give it to Herc.
Right. No, that makes sense to me.
Yep, because Herc is a
So I
sword.
take the damage.
You take 2 hearts on a fail.
That's what I was afraid of.
Four.
Ooh, yikes.
I'm
Yeah.
hurting again.
Oh, I can roll again though. I'm armored, huh?
Yep, you're armored, so Algernon, you get advantage.
That was a 9. I think I whiffed on both sides.
Okay, yeah, 9
I
is
have an over and an under.
9 is the pits. Okay, but that's all it does during its turn is try and Julianne you all. It is the player's moments. Calla Lily, you are held.
I am.
And I think you probably had to take a condition right there.
Yes. So you can take a condition.
Yeah. So
Okay.
when you run out of hearts,
Right.
take a condition,
All right.
and then you refill your hearts and your
Oh.
stars.
So you didn't.
I am.
So
So
I didn't
not-
have to do it when I did. I thought I had to actively, not reactively, take conditions. So
Oh,
I
yeah,
was down to 1 heart. So I was like, oh, I'll take a condition. But I should have waited until I lost that heart,
Yeah.
and then I would have gained a condition.
Yeah.
All
And
right.
you
I
can-
am.
Oh,
Sometimes the
tired.
Paragon will take it even earlier because they can, if they blow through all their stars, they'll
Right.
take a condition to refill their stars and a
Right.
bonus get their heart.
but there was no
I did
advantage to me
have
doing
1
that.
heart,
Right.
1 star left that I was.
Yeah.
So this Paragon prefers to play things close to the edge. So yes, I am held. However, now I am full of magical piss and vinegar.
This is true.
So this thing wants a meal, does it? Well,
Yeah.
I can provide it some lovely organic material that it's gonna fucking choke on. I'm gonna summon a horde of zombies.
Ooh, interesting.
I am already bleeding like a stuck pig, right?
Yeah.
Since it speared me in the sides.
Mm-hmm.
And so using my own blood, I'm just gonna kind of like, edge the book into it.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm going to, according to the Night Domain,
Yeah.
I am going to summon the undead. I'm
Excellent.
going to give this thing a meal it won't forget.
Well, given that the undead have been quite restless in their lately, and one of the
What's a
reasons
few
why you
more?
are here as well, because you perhaps have some special affinity for dealing with this sort of thing. It doesn't take you much more than a star to summon the undead. Boils and blisters of corridor mimic flesh burst as these the remnants of previous folk who have fallen prey to it even before it came to this place are regurgitated in such a way that they animate as unliving zombies. A horde of them pile up. Give me an effect roll. I want to see how long this horde of zombies will be around.
Oh, a 3.
They'll be around for a bit.
I have rolled a 3 every time on effect dice. Interestingly enough.
Interesting.
Yeah. 3
Okay.
is my number.
So you give it a lot. Hello. You give it a lot to choke on.
Yes, I'm like, oh, you will regret biting me, sir.
Okay, that'll have some positive effects here and there. And I'm also going to say that given the way I described their entrance into this scene, the the corridor mimic flesh, which is kind of grappled you around the legs, trying to hold you in place, bursts as the zombies crawl up out of it. So you're no longer held.
Go, my minions, and feast from within.
So, who else wants a moment? There currently is an aperture, a closed aperture of corridor mimic ness blocking the exit out of this deadly trap.
Hmm.
And there are 3 moments left in the party right now. Flint, Algernon, Herc, what do you want to do?
You got any blades in there? Got any blades left there, Flint?
Let me see. Yes, quite a few. By which I mean to say, what?
Oh yeah.
It doesn't get old.
It
Right?
might. Oh boy. Flint's gonna take a look at that sealed aperture
Yeah.
door.
Yeah.
And kind of sigh in a like, oh, this is gonna be a pain, and reach into their jacket and pull out a long spike, a long, broad, flat spike with
Okay.
a hole in the middle of the spike, about there, and then from one boot pull one short cudgel, and from another boot pull a trudgeon, put the cudgel and trudgeon together, connecting them with a twist, and slam them into the hole, and take the pickaxe and drive it into the wall to see if it can try to force open this aperture.
Okay. Are you interested in spending a star, or do you want to try some
I definitely
dice?
entered a star
Okay,
for that,
love
because even if you hadn't have asked me that question, sorry, I wasn't clear. The thing that I did about conjuring that weapon, if I tell you I've got an adze, I expect you to just buy it. If I tell you let me put together a pickaxe out of various things hidden on my body, I expect you to ask something from me out of that.
I see. Well, I love star spend. So
yeah, happy
spend
to
a
spend a star
star
for that. Yeah.
and you MacGyver together a bunch of your weapons into a very sharp retorts right in the center point where you know it's probably weakest to retain the seal that it has on this corridor. You strike it, and there's a quiver, and the aperture opens up, flutters open, allowing you to tumble forth into the room beyond. Herc, Algernon, you have moments. Calla Lily, you didn't move. I assume you probably moved over to wait for everybody to do stuff.
Yes.
You're no longer held, but the 3 of you are now standing before this opening. Flint has rolled out into the room, the small room that you just left. It turns back to you.
Hey guys, you can come through here.
So Herc has this moment where he realizes that he can either grab his log or he can grab Calla Lily and bring her out of danger.
Sorry, Calla Lily.
No.
Pretty nice. It was nice while it lasted.
He grabs Calla Lily and heads for the door.
Okay, and leaves the log behind.
He feels both a sense of loss and also like a
growth.
burden is falling from his shoulders as he does so.
Oh.
Good, leaving some of that behind. Algernon, what you doing?
Well, I mean, I am quite. So am I the last in like?
Yeah,
behind
you're the last.
aperture
You're
now?
last in danger.
I'm armored. I don't know how armored. Am I armored against,
Well, what we
spikes in a large
discussed-
intestine?
What we discussed is that you have strange thick fur that essentially gives you the armored edge.
So I would hate to try to retrieve this tree if it feels like he doesn't need it anymore.
That was
if he's moved
really
on to it.
great
Yeah,
pronunciation.
That sounded like
I
a
just wanna
vocal
be,
insert, like this was edited in post.
I mean, I'm just trying to be, respectful of
Mhm.
Herc's.
Her spiritual
tradition.
growth.
Yeah, with it's a family name, I'm sure.
Yeah.
But okay, is it plausible that a child-sized, maybe human-sized rat could retrieve that big old tree and get it out of the aperture?
Yeah.
Or is it? It seems like a large task for for a rat to carry a tree by themselves. which is what
Maybe
I'm
a
wondering, why
rat,
it's true
but
long.
you're a
Yeah.
dire rat, and
Dire
I don't think of it.
rats.
I don't think of it as a whole tree. It's really this like log,
Yeah.
weighs a chunk.
Log. It's a
And
log. It's
there's-
big. It's
there's
heavy.
roots
It's wood.
involved.
Yeah,
It's like
big, it's
if
heavy.
The Giving Tree as a book was half as long, and it just in the middle of the child rips out the tree from the ground.
Can I add some knowledge that you probably have at this point? So there's been this other big branch we've been carrying around because Herc just insists it's treasure.
Yeah. Okay.
So
We're good on that.
it's just a little extra knowledge you might have. I don't know.
I did not.
Love it.
Okay, well, I think I may just try to weasel out of the aperture without.
All right. Yeah.
endangering myself
You
with
do so successfully. You do, and a moment later, after you leave, you hear the groaning and growling of zombies behind you, and then the aperture rushes closed again, leaving you with one choice on the way forward: the right path,
Or
Enjoy your
leave.
snack.
or leave. Yeah.
I say to the mimic.
Excellent. And it is
Oh,
definitely, you can still
Herc.
hear it
So dashing
groaning
of
and
you.
growling.
Of course.
Herc says, Mama?
I have a thing after this. I have a thing to tell you about. Don't let me forget.
Okay.
good story.
Hmm.
Let's go down the other path. Here we go.
I'm gonna
Involves
spend,
Muppets.
right
Corridor
before we
emerge
do,
there.
I'm gonna spend a darkness.
Yeah. Yeah.
This time the darkness, you've heard it before.
Mm.
A melancholy chord of music drifts through, striking everybody, resonating with you. I need everyone to make me a books save, please, to resist the melancholy chord of the Shornhorn Skald.
Doesn't Flint
Question.
get advantage?
Can
Except
I have
Flint's,
advantage? Or
except
maybe I don't hear it at all?
Flint's does not have to roll.
Can it be? 4.
4 is not going
Three.
to do it. 3's going to do it. Herc.
Herc rolls a 7.
7 does not do it. Anyone who failed is going to lose 2 hearts.
How many? I don't even know how many hearts I have anymore.
Flint looks around and sees people wincing and like holding their ears, and kind of nods, is like, and pulls another a larger chunk of wax from his belt, and kind of looks at their belt, and they're like, "Oh man, this is all my wax, but that's all right," and starts rolling it in little sections. Hands out little globules.
I'm going to say that much wax probably constitutes treasure of
Deal.
material, especially with the effect that it is going to give.
I am okay with that.
All right. So spend a treasure, and everybody is outfitted with hunks of wax that they can jam into their ears. All right.
Cool.
Passing through this corridor, it takes the same turns and twists as the corridor mimic, only an exact mirror. Before,
And then we get stabbed.
and then you
Every so often, I might like poke at the wall.
it feels like wall in this
All right.
case. When you get to the end of it, though, there is a door. It is very similar to the other doors that you have seen. It is large. It is stone. It has a big pull ring.
Is it back around to my turn? Because I'll just open that thing.
I mean, we're not in a combat situation, so it is all, all
Well,
player
we've been
all the
sort
time.
of trading off opening.
Oh,
doors.
sure.
Yeah, I'm gonna
And to
open it.
avoid opening
right.
doors because I'm the squishiest, but
Yeah. All right. Let me just scroll through there.
How many treasure do we have left at this point?
You're at 3 treasure, 2 darkness, so it's skint and bright, which isn't too bad. The passage beyond descends and twists for several minutes as you continue into the darkness below the barrow mound. Finally, it widens and terminates at the edge of a there was a late addition that I will describe. Actually, because of the way you defeated the writhing horror, you have also defeated this next room that you walked into. I would
thank
like
goodness.
I would like to show it.
Yeah, please.
So I need the battle cam turned on, and I need a moment to grab the map. I'll be right back.
So stoked.
How's everybody doing? Good.
Good. I'm so good, man.
Good.
God, I love gaming.
This thing happens where every so often I've got my hand on my mouse and I moving around. And every so often I mute myself or pin somebody's video or something like that on my screen, because where my hand sits on my mouse, my finger sits on the right click button. And when my cat is very relaxed and sleeping, I think that she'll do every so often is whap the tail. She's very relaxed, she's sleeping, and then she's like big tail whap. And frequently the big tail whap happens right on my hand, and I click and I'm like, yep, now I'm all right. That's fine. That's fine.
You guys, you know how I knew how you were going to get stuck with the hand grips? I literally threw that at my own party that I was game mastering for. That's how I knew. I
All
knew
right.
it.
Daniel,
you
if we
can't
could
be like,
have
"I'm
the battle
flipping."
map up.
I'm looking at this battle map here, and these are fun characters. I'll miss them.
No, we already won this campaign.
No,
This is-
they've
we won.
already defeated this
That
room.
campaign.
We get extra XP.
So as you descend down, it enters into a chamber that is primarily made of blackened, decayed, and dead thorny walls. There is the dead remains of a strange maze of thorny material all throughout.
A maze inside a maze.
Yeah, maze inside a maze.
A meta
And
maze.
in fact, there are 3 other entrances, or rather, there are 4 total exits from this room. But besides the one you have come in, 2 of them have withered and shriveled to nothingness. There is, however, one remaining exit that looks like it leads on into a proper corridor. So,
Well, since we've been going down, this might circumvent that last set of stairs.
Love it.
okay, so I have another map. Because you defeated this one, I'm very excited that you did. Let me read you some text. So the passage beyond the green, the chamber of moving thorns descends and twists for several minutes as you continue deeper into the darkness below the barrow mound. Finally, it widens and terminates at the edge of a tall chamber, about 60 feet from end to end and 80 feet wide. Don't hold me to that description because that's not what I'm going to represent on the battle map here. Great statues of bull-headed creatures, some in robes, some in armor, line the walls. Your light barely reaches the tops of them. Curtains of webbing hang from every outstretched arm and every readied weapon of every statue, draping down into a veritable hanging garden of heavy web. A faint breeze of wind slips and slides through this chamber, its source coming from somewhere on the opposite wall. And I will step away for a moment and switch the map.
Uh-oh. He's switching the map, guys. Uh-oh.
Look at that kitty. Who is that?
Oh, what a sweet
Still.
baby.
It's Sil.
Ah,
Very sweet.
like cats stop letting me do that football hold once
Nah,
they reach like
She's
Is-
baby forever.
yeah.
She's a 1.5 years old now. Oh, we were doing plugs earlier. Like I said, my company is irrelevant for the purpose of the stream. But if you're interested in this cat, she has a Twitter account, twitter.com/Syl SYL loves bread, because Syl does love bread. She likes to eat bread a lot.
Oh my
She
goodness.
eats only a little bit of bread because cat bread isn't great for cats, but a little bit.
A little bit.
Uh,
Mine,
Little
like,
bit.
if,
She's
likes it
so precious.
under certain circumstances, like if I'm eating peanut butter and jelly like a sandwich, she'll just come up and take a bite. And I'm like, you are an obligate carnivore. What the fuck are you doing?
Yeah.
But she does it anyway.
There are multiple pictures and videos on Syl's Twitter account of her enjoying the bread.
So was Syl a as I know you are a fellow fosterer of kittens, was Syl a foster fail?
No, well, so yes, but no. She picked me. There was not really a lot of options there. She wasn't really happy anywhere, and she wasn't super comfortable anywhere, and she when she was one that there was a local shelter that was a no-kill shelter. We don't call them kill shelters because that seems a bit rude, but still. And the foster, they were having we need to get rid of a bunch of inventory days, and the foster group got wind of it, so we showed up with carriers and stole a bunch of cats. And she was super scared and hiding in the corner, but she liked me, and I'm the only person she liked. And so I took her for a week or two while we looked for another foster place for her to stay, and ultimately she was like, look buddy, you are my person. And like really completely, this is
that's a
this is what
favorite
makes her
concern.
happy.
Yeah.
That
So,
seems like that's working out
yeah,
for everyone
Sweet
involved.
baby.
she sleeps every night on my bed,
Yeah.
snuggled up with me. Like, she wants to be attached to me all the time. When I'm awake, she's awake. When I'm asleep, she's asleep. She's
All right, we can
This
throw
is
that
her
battle
life.
cam up if it's not up already.
Oh, still.
yeah, she's perfect.
Yeah, look at that.
Sweet kitty.
Find all these little minis.
Wait, I'm sorry. How does this relate to the maze room we were just looking at?
This
We
is
went.
the
We got through the maze room. We went. So
Yeah.
the maze room was
Yeah.
supposed to be a problem, but because it was dead, because we killed it.
yeah.
Okay,
You
right.
you
Good job, Rissy.
you
We were,
Thank
oh,
you.
cool maze, and then ran out. Okay.
You
yeah.
Right,
poisoned
like, oh, what?
the from the roots poisoned the Thornwall maze. Instead of just killing the writhing horror, you did it dirty.
Yeah.
All right. You have entered the chamber of the Shornhorn Skald. So this is a marquee chamber. The first time when you enter a marquee chamber, the darkness goes up.
Oh, we were pretty bright, so.
Yeah, no, you're still bright. It's 3-3 right now. You, as I described before, curtains of webbing hang from every outstretched arm and every readied weapon of the statues. There are several statues that I have represented along here.
Do we have the battle cam?
You guys are down here. Yeah, is the battle cam up?
I'm seeing it on the screen.
Right. It's on the
Okay,
screen.
great, cool,
Okay.
It'll probably show up in the. Yeah.
There it goes.
There it is.
Woohoo! All right.
excellent. All right,
Oh, yeah.
Little flame.
yeah.
Oh,
Let me.
my.
Wow, look at that cat. Just
It's just normal stuff.
Oh, did I get it? Did I finally get a cat to visit?
No, it's my cat.
Oh,
look at that.
Jesus.
It's just.
when we
Just
were
normal
doing the
stuff.
session,
Touchdown!
Sarah, we definitely had some of my cats visiting. So.
Yeah, they stole the minis.
Yeah, they did.
And
Which
they
was
almost
amazing.
they almost stole your waterfalls.
Yeah. All right. So yeah, right now you're all right down here.
Brightness is 3 right now, which means we're
Brightness
bright.
is 3.
We're not torchlit, we're
Or-
bright.
Well, I have a question. Are we actually spending a treasure so Hurt can have another log, or should he just find some improvised weapon?
I think
So
I like the
the
idea
only
of the
reason-
extra log.
The only reason to not do that, to not give you the extra log right now, is at whatever point you want it, go into the treasure and get it. But until then, right now, because of the number of treasures we have, the first treasure we use is something that can be applicable to the entire party.
Mm,
So if we have
You're
a
three-
No,
unique-
no, no, it can't because
Oh.
we're at 3.
you're
We are-
3-3.
Oh, right, because I did it for the wax.
Yeah, you're
Get
skint
a log,
right now.
get a stick. It's stick time.
I mean, I can wait till I'm gonna hit
Nah,
something
do
with a
it.
stick.
Stick it
Do
up.
it. Do it.
All right, he
That's
has
stick.
another log. To
Yeah.
everyone else, it looks just like a log, just like the other log, but it doesn't have the emotional weight.
Mm.
You know, still has the
Real.
wooden
It's a
weight.
real good log, though.
It's
It's
a
a
good
solid
log.
log that's going to stand up to combat.
Yeah.
All right. What are you all doing? You have found the chamber of the Shornhorn Skald.
I'm
You
looking
do
for
not
like
see the Shornhorn Skald, but you do see on the opposite wall, vaguely through the curtain of webbing, which is the set dressing that I did not put all over this. I have cotton balls that I could have like hung everything everywhere. I forgot. Oh well.
But
Use
your
your
cats would have
imagination.
eaten it probably before.
Yeah.
yeah, and then they'd have problems pooping. and
Yeah.
nobody wants
Yeah.
that. I want to look. Are there like glyphs, carvings, anything more stories? I am on the hunt for knowledge here. even carvings on the statues
Yeah,
themselves. If there are
the
like
statues,
names.
there aren't names, but there are carvings that give you this sense of purpose. They appear to be there's warnings. They're like pictograms of warnings, and especially along the front wall here, below the steps. It's all pictograms of warnings of the dangers of allowing the Shornhorn Skald to be freed. If you were going to step up and start looking at the statues, the first one you go to is you're trying to figure out what these are all about, and resolve is the tone of the sigils that are etched into it.
It's good to know, because these things are going to all come to life and try and eat us in like 5 seconds, but we should figure out what they are first.
Or we could try to destroy them before they come to life.
That's also a good idea.
Like, knowledge is power and all that.
And power destroys.
Okay, sure.
Is this another set it on fire situation?
I was thinking if we had somebody real big with the big heavy stick that could hit them to break
Well,
them.
let's get the vibe of like all of these statues, because it's also possible that they may provide us a clue.
That's true.
To assist us. Like, let's not destroy everything before we extract the knowledge from it.
Sure.
I am strange
Mm-hmm.
in the right, Patrick. And so I have a sense of, I have sort of not sooth sight, but I have a sense of eerie things. Can I sort of assess these for anything sort of familiar or arcane to see if they might benefit from a smashing, or if we could just leave them alone?
They you have, due to the strange nature of your creation, you do know that there are cages and prisons that have held you in place in the past, and on those cages and prisons were all sorts of sigils and markings in such a way that you would be prevented from leaving and held. And you see a lot of the same sort of patterns in these sigils and markings.
Oh, okay. So yeah, I'm not a fan of these cages at all. Let's destroy them.
Well,
So
so here's the
these-
question. Now that you've said that, though, I like that you and I have traded places, because I'm like, if we destroy them,
What
will it let the thing that's in it out?
Gotcha.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Right.
So I want to destroy it in a way that it's destroying it entirely and the thing is
Yeah.
sealed away.
It brings up some bad memories for me.
Right. I don't want to destroy it in a, well, unless,
Not in
I
its
mean,
totality.
maybe there's something in there that is helpful to us.
Well, yes, let's investigate first and then figure out how best to destroy.
Kill?
So
Yeah.
yes, I wish to investigate these statues. I don't want to touch them.
Okay, you just want to kind of examine the pictographs and sigils on them, get a
Yes.
sense of what you've got about them. All right, so the one that you looked at already, you came up with resolve.
Right. Say a resolute figure.
Yeah, the next one down the line, you look at, and it takes you a bit, and as you're doing this, you're moving deeper into this chamber, and it is just getting lousy with webbing, such that you're having to kind of pull it out of the way to get closer to this thing and clear it off a bit to be able to see all of the sigils and pictograms. And you figure out this second one is strength. And then as you're doing this, you hear this, you can barely hear it because you've got so much wax shoved in your ears, but you feel this breeze, and it's almost like there's a harmonic on that breeze. There's almost like there's sound pressing against the filaments of fiber. You can see towards the back where there is some sort of archway, sound pressing the webbing out, so it's bulging out a bit. You come over to the one here across the way, and you determine after a bit that this one says honor. And then as you come over to the one where Algernon is looking, this one says endurance.
So my guess is that these things are meant, we should not destroy these things, that they are part of what's helped keeping the Shorn Scald in here, is my hypothesis. That perhaps the thing to do is...
These are the people that we saw fighting in those pictograms earlier.
Are they?
I mean, that's possibly. Who can say?
Well, I mean, they might have certain signifiers, like in the pictograms, right? If somebody's wearing a special hat or something, right? If they are echoed in these statues, that would certainly tell us something. Are these then recognizable figures?
They're nothing that you recognize from story or legend. From your understanding of magical arts, they look like the embodiments of wards. Like they are wards built as statues.
Yes, these are living protective wards. These things are keeping the Shorn Scald in.
Well, it's a good thing we didn't go with Herc's instincts.
Yes. Yes, that would be bad. Although, then what is through that final archway?
I mean, let's go find out.
All right.
It is covered in a thick web of...
We might want to light it up first.
Of webbing. A web of webbing
that
is being pressed on by some sort of wind. What is your intention? Who's doing what?
Herc is gonna go press on the web of webbing with his stick.
Yeah, you poke at it. As you poke at it, your stick kind of dislodges some of it this way and that, and there's a burst of wind that blows out some of the webbing. Caught already kind of weakened by the constant pressing against it, falls away. Pull your stick back. There's still webbing there, but now it's kind of distended in several different ways.
Okay.
And this sound that's pressing on it, is it like sort of musical in tone, or is it more sort of like a sort of brown or a white noise? Like
you can't quite hear it very well because you've stuffed your ears full of wax.
Sure.
God, I hope it's not a brown note.
But
the book will never stop laughing at us.
It is from the little that you can think you can feel, it sounds like it has intention to it, like it has a harmony to it.
So is this an artifact of the room's construction and like the stone and whatnot, that this place is set up to channel harmonics effectively? Like, acoustics was not my major in Evil College, but I know a thing or two about it.
You're pretty keen. You've got pretty good senses. Actually, what you think is that the webbing is preventing the majority of those harmonics. You think the webbing is holding back the sound.
it's a sound treated space.
Yeah. And then there's lots of places where it can be hung from, but you also recognize that it's fighting a losing battle with whatever is pressing against it.
So it seems like we need to...
It seems then that the thing to do would be to end that battle once and for all.
Yeah.
Well,
I mean,
if we revisit your purpose for being here,
right?
I believe it was the Three Darkness choice of the battle song of the Shorn Scald is disturbing the dead in the area and must be silenced.
Right.
Yes.
So all we got to do is turn this song off.
Yes.
Tell you what, let's go silence this song.
You know, what if we set this webbing on fire?
You know,
Well,
didn't not work last time.
It did
Yeah.
not work the last time.
it's true. Well, and if the webbing is holding back the sound, we've got to get through it no matter what in order to permanently silence things. So there may
Yeah.
be an initial burst, but once we've got through that, I suspect things will be easier.
I'm
That's just
imagining
my
like a slow motion web is on fire. We all burst through it to see what's on the other side.
Oh, how are you lighting the web on fire? Are you just waving the torch? You throwing a torch? What's going on?
I'm glad you asked. I am going to reach into the pocket sewn into the side of my pants and pull out a small puck of pitch. And I'm going to wave that puck of pitch over the torch. And as it starts to light, I'm going to lob it underhanded into the
All right.
drum bit of
How
the...
puckish.
All right, a cocktail.
Let's set some people up as you throw this thing.
Yeah.
The webbing catches on fire at an alarming rate. It bursts forth as the wind that's pressing against it wins the battle as the fire deteriorates the webbing enough. There is a roar that you can hear even through your wax as this shornhorn skull bursts out of its confinements.
There we
Let's just
go.
back
We did it.
everybody up a little bit because
Did it? What
We did
what
it.
else is a maze?
There
You know,
we
but
go.
not, if not a container for a minotaur.
yeah,
Yeah.
let's get
There
that
you go.
boy out
Gosh, he's
there.
so
Now
big.
let's
He's,
Anybody else read House
seems
of
real
Leaves?
big. Yeah. It's a good book.
Okay. The Shornhorn Skald enters
So big he doesn't even fit on the ca- oh, there we go.
scene.
I'm gonna need a cat in there for scale, please.
Okay.
Is he all skeletal like that?
I don't have any Minotaur
I mean, you just tell me.
figures.
Either way. No matter
Yeah,
what.
Could be a skeletal
yes,
minotaur.
yes.
Okay.
I mean, he has centuries in this barrow. He is skeletalized.
Great.
He
Yeah,
is,
It
which
just
will
matters for what I
fuck.
pull out of whatever.
yeah, he is massive. He is dangerous. He is singing a song.
Of course he is.
Massive minotaur-like creature with a great barrel chest and a long neck. I don't have the many, but that's what I wrote. Stands upright, wielding a mighty two-handed axe. Got that part right. It's singing battle and sowing chaos as it goes. You are facing the Shornhorn Skull. The darkness increases because you're starting a fight.
Yep.
It is now torchlit. You have 2 treasure.
My
arrival, the arrival of the Shornhorn Skald has set you all to a purpose. Party moments.
A party moment, you say?
Yeah, parties moments. What do you want?
Woohoo.
Let's party.
Yeah. It is currently singing a song. You do not know which song it is singing.
Well, we
Oh.
can't hear it, so it's fine. Let's.
hit it with stuff.
I think so. Obviously, we want to hit it with stuff and destroy it. It's singing in some way, like it's this skeletal thing. I'm gonna go out on a limb and say it does not have vocal cords, so it's not singing by any sort of like. If we were to cut its throat, it would still sing.
Yeah.
So I don't know. Knock a big thing down, break it into pieces.
I should also point out that this creature is terrifying. This monster is terrible to behold. All attacks against it and all saves from it have disadvantage until the adventurer spends their moment collecting themselves by passing a bone save.
Or
Bone save.
I can pass a bone save.
I just attack it, and my advantage and my
normal.
disadvantage
Yep,
cancel
yep.
each other out.
Yeah.
As much as I'd like to have advantage. So the trick is, or you say this is we could maybe. Is there something that any one of us?
I could probably
got it.
cast another night ward on everyone for protection.
Mhm.
When that's a great idea. I love it. That's great. This thing bursts out, and as per usual, Flint's reaching around in their accoutrement, looking for the right weapon, and in the doing so, grabs one of the pieces of treasure that they had found in their journeys coming up to this point, and hadn't really realized what it was then, but pulls this piece of treasure out, and this treasure is this it's a small golden trumpet. and it looks like the sort of trumpet that, like, maybe one would play a force into battle with.
Mhm.
And it pulls this trumpet out and feels this like compulsion, and it lets forth a blast on this trumpet, and this trumpet like fights back against the sound of the Minotaur, not stopping it, not disabling it. This is the Minotaur's realm. You can't do anything there. But that blast would be enough, perhaps, to sturdy the hearts of the party members.
It'll sturdy the heart of one party member.
Because I did the thing, and we're down to 2 treasures, and I
Yeah.
can't save
Okay,
everybody
it was
with
a
the
great
treasure anymore.
idea.
There's skins.
What if I
Which-
say
Who do you
use a
want?
star?
Who do you want to? Well, it's a treasure.
Yeah.
Who
Yeah.
do you
Dang
want
it.
to? Who do you want to?
All right,
make
let's
not
let's
terrified.
right. So let's go down the line. So if we do this, I'll do that to Calla Lily, hoping that Calla Lily will shield everybody, and that gives
Yeah.
us a little bit of breathing room.
Okay.
So Calla Lily can do her shielding action
Otherwise, I can't
without
pass
having
a bone
disadvantage.
save.
Yeah,
Right?
Yeah.
it's hard
Yeah.
for you. But
So-
Flint blows on the horn of courage, and it sounds one last time, and before it crumbles to dust in your hands, Flint and Calla Lily, you feel that terrifying nature just kind of wash away from you, and you do not have to. You are not terrified by the Shornhorn Scald. Moments, Algernon, her, Calla Lily.
Night Ward up, everybody. Cast. Here you go, book. Eat more blood. Eat more blood.
You go to do this,
Oh,
and the
boy.
book says, "I already did that one today."
Oh, that is an asshole book.
You don't
It
spend the
isn't-
star. You can spend it on something else, but it's not gonna cast the same spell twice for you.
It's not going to do that. No, but what it could do is, since I can summon shadows, I create a shadow double of every character. The shadow double will take the damage instead of them.
Okay.
Okay.
Well,
Wow.
I could represent this with minis, but we'll just remember that everybody has a shadow double. I love it. All right, you spend the
Eat your
star.
heart out, Carl Jung.
Everybody has a shadow double, which will eat. Hey, why don't you roll me an effect die, please?
Everybody or
Nope,
Three.
just three. Okay.
Of
Okay,
course.
it's a pretty good shadow double. You don't know what that means, but it's pretty good. Okay, Algernon, Herc.
Hurt, yells, "Mama!" And I don't know. He doesn't have a lot of approaches to these situations. I think he charges forward, swinging a
Okay.
stick.
Herc's gonna Herc.
Gonna hurt.
Please make me a. You are at a disadvantage because you are terrified.
Mhm.
So make me a blades roll with disadvantage, please.
Blades roll disadvantage. I remove a heart.
Mm-hmm.
I'm rolling 2d8s, and that's an 8 and a 7.
That's a pass on blades. No,
Nice.
4, 5, 6, 7. Oh, but it's a crown.
Yeah.
Negotiated
That's right.
success would be you have to take the crown because that's the worst result. Negotiated success. I'm gonna say you do this, but you swing so hard that your wax falls out your ears.
Okay.
Ooh.
Okay,
Love it.
so go ahead and roll for effect, please.
Great. So I'm gonna roll a d8, and I roll an 8. I am rolling like a gangster.
Here we go. Would you please roll that D8 again?
Roll that
New
beautiful
d8 are my favorite d8 now.
Mhm.
yeah.
All that beautiful bean footage.
Just rolled another 8, by the way.
Oh,
Here's the
okay,
thing.
great.
Here's the thing. There's
Yeah.
no limit. Please roll it again.
Just roll another 8.
Okay.
Explosion,
roll another eight.
explosion.
We'll make this
Had
fight
a
real
moment
quick.
of perspiration.
3.
That's like
Okay,
an 8.
so that was that was 2 8s and a 3.
Yeah.
22.
My God.
Just a little 19.
Yeah, this is a little 19. How's a 19 do you? All right. Well, you've seen this move before. I didn't expect you to see it now. Oh, actually, no, it's a solo. So you run it through its first set of hearts. It has the edge solo. The first time this monster goes down, refresh their hearts without spending a darkness.
Boom.
So well done cutting out
Done
its
so
solo
well.
tag. It is
And
no
one
longer solo.
Swing.
There's a
and-
reason you all keep Herc around.
Yeah.
Because we like you as a person and think you're valuable, whether you can deal damage or not.
1, 2, 3.
Very Herkmas.
There, and the bleed over there is that. Great, cool. So you also did a little carryover damage, a colossal wound. It definitely draws the attention of the Shornhorn Skald. It might actually end up changing its song. We'll see. Algernon, what do you have for me?
So describe. So what is the state of the threat now?
There's a gigantic skeletal minotaur with singing a song, wielding a two-handed axe that is about to chop Herc in half because Herc just did a colossal amount of damage to it.
And we have shadow doubles because
you do have shadow doubles, which will help you out in some way.
And I am of the shadows. You're
a shadow aspect. That means you solve your problems through the shadows.
Through the shadows, and now has extra shadows.
I have bonus shadow now.
Now with more shadows.
Now with these 100% more shadow. So my first instinct, and I'm a rat primarily, so I go by instinct, was to try to bite this thing in the genitals, but it is skeletal, you say.
It is skeletal, yeah.
Whatever that fell off in the dungeon somewhere.
Many mammals have dick bones.
Does a minotaur? Well, how does a minotaur divide? It would be like a sort of bipedal.
Maybe the reason it's so angry is because something happened to that long ago.
It's got lost. It's at the bottom of the stairs.
It lost its dick.
Oh, well. No, I mean, you'll get it back someday, buddy. Okay, because it doesn't have flesh. I would, if it's a skeletal being.
Right.
So
for a rodent, though, you got those teeth. You can gnaw.
Yeah.
I could gnaw at. I suppose it's holding a big old axe, according to the map.
Yeah.
Would it behoove me with my rodent teeth to gnaw on the bone holding the axe, or to gnaw on the handle of the axe itself?
Go for the.
Well,
take the arm out.
Looking at the scale, it's going to be pretty challenging for you to get access to that axe right now.
I am quiet though.
You are quiet,
Maybe
so it
just
might not
ankle
notice
biting?
you creeping up, but I don't know if you're gonna. I think it would be, you would have to figure out a way if you wanted to go after the axe.
Would quiet
itself.
matter for a creature that is just bellowing a song all the time? It must use a different, sort of sense.
Yeah, you're
effective.
I don't think quiet's going to come into play too much here. But if you wanted to attack it, you can gnaw. It's got two legs that it has to stand on.
I mean, combat is not really Algernon's forte. Algernon's more about defense. And so, but Herc seems like he's doing fine. I don't really feel the need to defend Herc.
Okay.
Sometimes the best defense is a good offense.
Yeah, this is true. Ounce of prevention's worth a pound of minotaur, as they say.
And this minotaur's got a lot of pounds.
So am I reading you that you're diving into the fray and gonna try and chew through its legs?
I would prefer not to, but I don't think I have enough sort of book like lore ability to discern what this song is, or what the sort of where it is in its sort of war cycle,
Yeah.
So yeah, I think I can go for the arm holding the axe, or I can just go straight for the ankles, just sort of.
I think
whatever
ankles is about what you're lined up for now.
Yeah.
You'd have to do some other things to get access to its arms, swinging arms.
Herc sees your indecision in the moment, because we're so familiar, and he's like, kill.
Just to give you a sense of scale laid down, it's pretty big. So.
Oh, I see. Oh yeah, I'm gonna go for those little piggies. Those little piggies are going to market. Yeah.
That's an amazing battle cry.
All right, would you please, you are terrified still because of this thing, so would you give me a blades at disadvantage?
Okay. A 2 and a 5.
The 2 is going to miss.
Suppose. Yeah.
So you try and chew, and all you'd get is some rotted leather.
It's just teeth on teeth.
Yeah, maybe next time. All right.
Be bone.
You did spend a heart to do that.
I have no idea. Am I at a 5 now, I think?
I'm not tracking your hearts.
I'm not. Great.
Calla Lily, you did your spell. I think it is the Shornhorn Skull's action now.
Oh boy.
It has the full attention of Herc. It is singing a dangerous song.
Mm-hmm.
Herc, I need you. You are terrified. I need you to make me a blade save at disadvantage.
Great. I'm gonna roll 2d8.
Yep.
And I want to hit 4 through 7. twice, and that is a 5 and a 7.
You succeed. It swings its axe,
Fantastic.
Swing and a miss.
whoosh, and then your eyes open wide as its backswing, which is an edge it has, comes whistling back through. And would you do the same thing for me again?
All right, rolling 2d8s.
Yep.
I got a 6 and a 4.
All right. Once again, you duck the backswing of the axe, and that's the monster's moment. It's gonna stick with its song that it's singing. And party's moments. Who's gonna do what?
So Flint wants to run over to Algernon and see if Flint can help Algernon be less terrified, scared, shaken.
Okay.
Like, is there
How
any
are you
way...
going to you tell me? How are you gonna bolster Algernon?
Okay, so the answer is here. So the base question I was going to ask was yes, this is not an impossible thing I ask. I just have to justify it.
Nothing's impossible, man, except healing potions.
So I want to go over there and be like Algernon, you can't hear me.
Not doing anything.
It's fine. But like, I could see that Algernon is terrified of this Minotaur, and I want to like point at the Minotaur and point at its bones and reference the many undead things we fought on our way here and be like, this is just bigger. You're used to fighting things bigger than you all the time, and try to, through mostly mime because of a lack of hearing, remind Algernon that this is not the worst thing that we have faced, and that
Yeah.
So
I get a scritch.
yeah, he's a very
That's
charming
perfect.
individual.
It's
He's
true.
very charming. So I'm gonna run it from the Vanguard side of thing. You're the active player. Would you make me a persuasion, which would be books with advantage, because you're charming.
Okay. Good thing. Good news. I'm fantastic at books. Here we go.
And unless you were spending a star, a star on charming.
Do it.
I was. This is
All
the
right.
time. I absolutely. This
Now
is
is
this
the
is everything.
time!
This is everything that Flint cares about.
Okay. Excellent.
Flint sees a
Excellent.
moment like this and knows that in most moments Flint wants to swing around swords and pull out fun weapons, but in a moment like this, it's all about whoever your allies are.
Wield
All
the
right.
blade of kindness.
Yeah, Algernon.
Aw.
Flint is just his reassuring, charming self. It just settles into the core of your being, and the terror that you were experiencing a moment ago melts away.
Open on bones. Yeah. And I'm back.
All right, and you're back. We are looking at Herc, Algernon, or Calla Lily. What's up?
I have an idea, but if you want to do something first, go ahead.
No. What's your idea?
So, what's the only thing that can defeat a song? A better song. And what would be, we've got this giant, horrible thing singing in front of us.
Yep.
But we also have 4 even gianter statues. Don't we?
Ooh,
And
so-
what if we could teach them to sing? One of the things I can do, I can conjure shadows, which I've already done, but I can conjure souls. I'm going to conjure the souls that embody each of the virtues in these statues into them
Okay.
Yes.
to awaken their voices.
This is why you bring a librarian into the dungeon.
early.
Yeah, I know.
Would you please spend your star
I shall.
as the sentinels guarding this tomb are awakened? Let's just peel
Awake
these
and
guys
lift
out.
your voices.
Let's put the active statues in. As you do, the runes embedded on them start to glow and light. Would you please roll an effect die for me?
A 2.
2. Okay. Actually. Yep. Okay, cool. Okay.
And
Excellent.
4-part harmony.
Yeah, and they begin a counter song. The Shornhorn Skald recoils in hatred, and and begins to try and sing even louder, trying to fight volume with volume. Herc, what are you doing?
Yeah, I mean, I got a big stick and I got an enemy in front of me. What am I gonna do? I'm gonna try to take out his kneecap.
Okay. You're still a little terrified, although you feel like there's allies have entered the fray.
Yeah.
Go ahead, make me a blades save or a blades roll, please, with disadvantage.
Blades roll, disadvantage. Rolling 2d8s. I have a 7 and a 5.
Hey,
I'm rolling
roll
like
for effect. Herc
Gangsta.
the unmissable.
This is like the opposite of what I do in D&D, by the way. Okay. That's an
Yes. Yes. All right. Roll again.
Yeah. You done got harked.
Oh my
8. That
gosh.
is 6.
Consistent.
All
Consistent.
right.
Yells,
14.
mama! Kill!
All right. Now I have to start spending darkness. Okay, that is we are now bright as the darkness drops to 3. You did 14 to it. Goodness.
Holy cow.
Which is gonna do a chunk. 1, 2, 3. All right, got it.
Oh my God.
Got it. Okay. That's the party's moments. The Shornhorn Skald is definitely going to kill Herc this turn. Unfortunately, it is being assaulted by the sounds of this, so it is not going to get the effect of its dirge right now. I was looking around for dice to roll. I forgot what I was playing. Herc, make me a blade save with disadvantage, please.
Yeah. All right. Rolling my 2 dice. That's a 4 and a 5.
Oh no, you dodge. The backswing is going to come whipping back to you. Do it again, please.
Don't let me down, dice. They've been doing very well.
They've been doing super well.
It's an 8 and a 7. I don't know what that does.
Well, the 7's a success, and because we are bright, because you just made me spend that darkness, a crown is also a success. So you have again dodged the double swing shot from the Shornhorn Skald, which is currently singing a song that would ruin your day. Oh my God.
Herc is unstoppable. He's unstoppable.
Unstoppable.
He's
The amount of
really gonna
damage
make
you
his
have
mama
dodged
proud.
is ridiculous. All right. That is its go. On the party's turn, the golem-like creatures close in even further, picking up the volume of their voice, of their song, as they have been animated into their defense. The shadow spell fades from everyone.
Oh yeah, remember we had shadow cells?
Yeah, you had
Yeah.
shadows for a bit, but the duration of the spell has ended. It is now the party's moment. Go ahead.
So Flint was planning on piece by piece attempting to recover everybody so they could be their best self, but I'm concerned about trying to go and encourage Herc, because even though Herc is still in terrified mode, I don't know. I don't want to mess with whatever Herc's
Herc
got going
speaks
on
the language
there.
of violence, yeah. Herc
Right,
is well
like
equipped for this.
it seems to be doing fine, like as is. I'm just not gonna mess with it. So that means that Flint's gonna. Flint, it looks like it's time for Flint to take the heavy block of lead tied to the back of their belt and put it at the on the end of a length of chain and swing it around and try to crack some leg bones.
Okay. Please make me spend a heart and make me a blades roll with advantage, because you are well armed and you are not terrified because of the. Oh wait, are you still terrified?
I'm still terrified.
You're still terrified, so it's
Yep.
just a straight
It's just
blades
a straight
roll.
one, right?
Right.
And it's not a huge deal that I have so few hearts, because when you run out of hearts, you just take a condition. So just spend them.
Yeah.
3. Uh-oh.
3's gonna miss.
All right. Well, that's okay. Can't all
All
be
right.
winners.
All right. Additional
I do
moments.
just want to interject here that some of us have to be stop playing in a few minutes.
Yeah,
We're so close to
yeah.
the end, I feel like.
We are
So,
close to the end.
yeah, I think we
I
can wrap it up.
recognize that, but I also see what you've all done, so I think I can give us a pretty good closure without having
Yeah.
to do all the mechanical numbers. That said, let's do moments from the
Yeah.
three of you and see what happens.
Yeah.
So I think the final step in bringing down this song is
Mhm.
adding a pentatonic,
Oh
a
no.
fifth voice.
What?
And the calls must come from inside the house. I
Uh-huh.
am going to use my powers of decay. I'm going to spend my last star, and I'll spend a
Okay.
heart too if I have to. And what I want to do is make a bone flute.
Ah.
A bone flute
Yes.
that is made from the femur of our dude
Oh.
to eat
Oh.
holes in the bone so that as he moves, the wind going through it will play my song, not his song.
Interesting. Very interesting. Okay. Using, and you said decay.
Yes.
Yeah, to turn him into the pentatonic note. That's really interesting because he cannot be silenced, but there's nothing that says he can't be used to make a 5-part harmony.
He can make his man. Yeah.
The asshole book goes, oh, I actually like that one. And makes this noise, and he keeps making this, and every time he does, you see a little flick of bone shoot out from the legs and arms and ribs of the Shornhorn Skald, and as that happens, the tenor of the sound changes. You actually can physically feel the change in the song that's being emitted. The creature drops its axe and grabs at what used to be its throat, trying to change the song, and it cycles through 4 different tunes every time. It's just being reinforced with the sounds from the guardian golems, and whereas no one has ever been able to completely destroy the Shornhorn Skald, suddenly adding the indestructible sound of the Shornhorn Skald into the song itself collapses in on itself, and you see it start to crumble and crack under the strain, and it falls to pieces, the last note reverberating through the chamber, and blowing back all your hair, and making you have to stagger back and take a deep breath as the sound in the chamber slowly fades to nothing, as the statues become statues once again, inanimate, and their song fades as well. However, you have defeated, in a truly interesting way, the Shornhorn Skald. Brilliantly done. Brilliantly done. Well done, everybody. I would just like to point out, Michael, that it was singing a song of double damage. It does 3 hearts. It has backswing. Each of those shots would have been 6 hearts. You dodged 4 of them.
Jesus.
And I was down to 1 heart.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And you already had a condition or 2. So
Yeah.
yeah, you would have been down.
Would have been bad.
Quickly.
It would have been real bad.
That is Mazes. So in addition to rewards for defeating the skull, such as a broken curse, but you didn't do that one, the party finds 2n plus 2, where n is the number of players, which is 10 treasure within the chamber.
Yeah.
And we still had 1 or 2 treasures left.
You
I
still
think?
had 1 treasure remaining.
treasure,
so
yeah.
We have 11
haul-
treasures.
you haul back to where you came from with 11 treasure.
Yeah, Townsylvania.
So just to put in a button on things, Mazes is a one-shot game. There are some rules around how to do additional adventures in the Kickstarter, which is bit.ly/gravitorch. for the Mazes Kickstarter for the hardcover, which is currently going. There are rules in there for how to make some like slightly longer play, like 3 sessions or whatever. There would be things you could do with that treasure, but as it is, it would fund your lifestyle for a bit before you feel the need to go back and adventure again. But for now, this team of heroes has defeated a great evil, put the dead to rest, and emerged successful from the barrow. So thank you, everybody.
Thank you, Patrick.
Yeah,
Awesome
thank you,
job,
Patrick.
DMing. That was good shit right there.
All
So
right. I
good.
think you all told
done,
a great
sir.
story. So that was a lot of fun.
So I don't
go
want to
ahead.
hold anyone past when they can be here. And this has been so much fun. And I want to say thank you, all of you, for playing the game. Thank you so much, Patrick. Thank you,
Mhm.
Daniel. I'm hoping Patrick will stick around a couple moments.
Absolutely.
And tell people the best way to get into this game, et cetera, and stuff like that. But I just want to say thank you all so much. This has been so much fun, and I've been looking forward to it.
Yeah.
My expectations were completely met and surpassed, and this is a lot of fun.
Excellent. Thank you. Everybody, thank you for playing with me.
Thanks for having us.
Yeah. So if you have to bounce, my friends, I understand it's late wherever you are. For those of you still watching along, thank you so much for joining us, and I hope I did Mazes proud. I hope you also got a sense that it's very flexible in terms of what you can do, what you can skip, what you can sidestep. That I've run this adventure several times. I should announce too, and because this has been announced on a different stream I did this week, starting in July, I am writing a Mazes Monthly, which is we're publishing adventures on DriveThruRPG of modules that I am writing for Mazes. I'm one of the core writers for their adventures because I've been doing it for a couple years now. And the Barrow of the Shornhorn Skald is, I think, the second one, so that might be up in August, but there's another one that comes before that, and they're not connected per se, although a clever maze controller can connect and do whatever they want with this thing. So these will be published in a super awesome format in DriveThruRPG. Mazes itself right now, if you're like, I need this game right now, you can go to 9thlevelgames.com and order them on their shop. They have some. The Mazes itself, as it currently is just in zine form. It's just in physical zine form. There's all these little zines that there are 4 core books: Sword, Sorcery, Mazes, and Monsters. I'm sorry, I said monsters. Yeah, monsters. And then and that's the book that I don't read very much because I tend to write all my own monsters. But Sword and Sorcery are the 2 that all you need to get going, and then Maze and Monsters are really for the MC to flesh out their stuff. And then there are 5 seasonal zines that I wrote about 85% of that we just finished shipping to Kickstarter. So I think whatever else is around would be up on the shop to purchase. You can also purchase these at friendly local game shops. If anybody is in Philly, I think there's a lot of 9th level product floating around down there, but it also can be picked up almost anywhere. Because 9th level does a bunch of other games, there are plenty of game stores that carry their content and can get it. The Kickstarter is for a hardcover compendium that pulls a lot of this material into one bound beautiful volume. And due to the success currently that it's happening, it's going to get all sorts of neat frills like bookmark ribbons and things like that, which is a big deal apparently when you're making a book. It's a little expensive. The other thing to note is that for the first time ever, there will be PDF versions of that compendium available. It's one of the biggest requests that we have had to say, hey, can we get PDFs of this? And because of the old school nature of the project and the way that Chris really wanted to envision it, that answer has been no up until he was ready to do this version.
Mhm.
There's more stuff coming. We're in the middle. We're not even at the end of the first week of the Kickstarter for this. And like any Kickstarter, there's lots of announcements and things coming their way. But the ones that I can talk about are the Mazes Monthly. We do learn to plays, free learn to plays through Start Playing every month. And then there are, I think, options in the Kickstarter if you want to get a game with me. And then there's also sessions you can purchase online. Like you can book me online through Start Playing Games. And I will run a game of mazes for you. And if you do something like that and you say, hey, no, I watched you do the Barrow of the Shornhorn Scald, I'll be like, great, I'll do a different one. I have a couple that I like to run because they work really well. I usually can knock them out in a couple hours. For you friends here, I added 2 rooms in because I was so afraid of running out of content, which I did not need to be afraid of. So the writhing horror room I wrote today, and the maze of the thorn maze I wrote today. And Rissy, thank you very much for defeating the writhing horror the way you did, because I didn't have a lot of notes for the thorn maze. I was just gonna kind of wing it a bit. And being able to say, oh no, you poisoned it straight to the boss, was really helpful. There was one chamber that you didn't explore, which is great. The reason that I structured it the way I did is anybody who's exploring every room along the way is going to take a bunch of time. But then by putting the boss room not last, it means you can get there. But the maze controller has all sorts of levers that they could say. It's like, oh, we've been cooking through this content pretty quick. I'm just going to swap those 2 rooms in my head. I'm going to put this wherever, but I didn't have to do any cursory edits on the fly. Y'all did great. And Michael, thank you so much for eating that half spider. I wrote that in as a, maybe somebody someday would, and you did, and
you saw her coming.
Yeah.
So I've now played in 2 systems for role-playing games. One is D&D 5e, and one is Mazes. And let me tell you what I liked about Mazes. So earlier today, when Sarah and I were talking about what the show was going to do tonight, she was like, so you're playing an RPG? I was like, yeah. She's like, so nobody wins? I was like, no, I think in this one, actually you win. And that's the difference. Like you actually win or lose, and it's like kind of a one-shot. And so it feels very different from the 5e games that I've played, one of which I've been playing for like 3 or 4 years now. And like, you don't win or lose, whatever. But at the same time, it was contained, but also we got to do a bunch of character development, and we had relationships and that kind of fun role-playing stuff. Like, it seems like a good mix.
Yeah. It's a thing that I love. I think I was telling Molly this at session 0 that I'm terrified of it all until we start playing, and then suddenly I'm like, oh, I'm in the zone. This is great. I can roll with anything.
I love the old school feel.
Thank you. That's like, that feel is core to the system, to be like, yeah, we're trying to solve problems by not looking at our character sheet, by thinking about how would we actually solve this problem. And I think the abstraction of treasure goes a long way towards that.
Yes,
I agree.
Yeah, that's fun. That's a fun mechanic. Like,
yeah, I only found myself looking at like my player sheet and sort of the resources you provided just to remember what words mean.
Yeah.
Like, what do shadows mean? Or, what is an edge? That kind of thing.
Yeah. It's and I think there were several times where, Christopher, you were asking me, I was like, oh, this is kind of what I'd like to do. It's like, yeah, okay, then let's figure out a justification for that. There's in a lot of games, I see it written in the rules of a lot of games, where it's like, oh, describe what you want to do, then search for the mechanical words that you would use in our system. And I think this does a better job than most that I've run into, where that's kind of like the natural flow of things. You just start talking about what you're trying to do, and then the MC, who doesn't have to roll any dice, just has to be on his or her feet or whatever the whole time, just come up with how to adjudicate it.
I agree completely, because combat is usually my least favorite part of an RPG, especially a tabletop RPG. It's just because in some sort of more detail oriented but very sort of encumbered kind of combat system,
Yeah.
it feels like you have to, it's like browser, like all this sort of bureaucratic stuff you have to do to decide whether or not you can do something, and as
Yeah.
if you get a class bonus. And this felt more like there was a blank sort of comic book page
Mhm.
with like the well, someone's in the mouth of the Demogorgon, and who wants to be in the next frame, who
Yeah.
wants to be in the next panel, and it
Yeah,
just kind of something really linear and scenic about it that was
Yeah,
really nice.
the concept of player moments is like, we're going to shine a spotlight on you. You just tell now you have the conch, like what's going on this
Yeah,
scene.
step into the spotlight or don't.
Yeah. So I think you all did masterfully. It was a delight to run the game for you all. I'd do it again in a second. Like if this quarantine continues, we can play this all the time.
I'm going to demand to be a man-sized rat in every game I play from now on.
Hell yeah!
Such an excellent man-sized rat.
For
Such a
everybody-
great rat. I
for
keep
everybody
thinking
at
of like
home-
your character squeaking and doing rat things with your little hands.
When
just
I
like to be
said when I revealed that Dire Rat was actually a rat, Molly's reaction was a delight.
It was like Christmas
She was just
morning.
like, hold the phone. This
You should have
changes
said that
everything.
first. Can I also
Well,
be a
yeah, 'cause
penguin?
I'd assumed it was metaphorical.
Right.
Riff raff, street rat, yeah.
So
No
if anybody,
literal rat.
if anybody,
Which makes
if
everything
anybody
better.
is going to be like, actually, here's a thing that the people at home didn't see that we can do super quick. Let's create a character. And you all know that this will not take very long.
All right,
Let's
I
make
gotta
a
go
character
pick
for
my
show.
nose real bad,
Yep.
so I'm gonna go do that.
Yeah,
Okay.
figure it out. Grab pipes.
Who wants to create a character? Who
Let's
wants
make a
to-
character for Syl. I mean it.
Okay.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Syl kind of been there for us.
All right.
Oh, sweetest baby.
Is this
Oh yeah,
is
because
the person in
when
chat?
you do the questions about like this or that or this or the other, I can tell you the answers.
Yeah,
Sure.
you're Syl's legal representative.
She's
Oh,
very
this is for
distinctive.
it's for Kitty. Okay.
Yeah.
All right. So, why do you want to enter the maze? Is it because you want to prove you're the best at what you do? You're a thinker? Is it because you want to be at the forefront of the action? Is it because you want to hit it with your sword? You want to fight? Or is it because you need, or because someone needs to keep everyone safe?
To explore is the answer. You want to enter the maze to find out what's there and gain knowledge of it. So I think it's one of the first two.
Probably forefront of the action.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah,
Always
yeah.
wanting to discover. All right. So
Yeah.
D6, that is the Vanguard.
You're a Vanguard.
Okay.
Just like her dad.
You have 6 hearts and 3 stars. Second question. How do you solve your problems? So there are a lot of ways you can solve your problems. There used to be just 3, and now there are 8. Do you solve your problems with the edge of your sword, with your excellent skills, with your eldritch sorcery, with your erudite scholarship, with your seafaring skills? I can never remember. Your seafaring knowledge, with your social graces, with your connection to nature, or from the shadows?
Oh, from the shadows.
Okay.
From the shadows. There's a couple of options up there leading up to there.
So
then
you
from
are
the
a
shadows-
shadow. We'll go to the winter book. This is where Molly plucked from. So third question.
She's like, why am I in the limelight?
So you solve your problems from the shadows. So who are you? Are you the black mage? Are you the bitter exorcist? Are you the dire rat? Are you the filthy urchin? Are you the guild thief? Are you the hard assassin? Are you the highway brigand? Are you the reluctant vampire? Or are you the shadowy footpad?
Filthy urchin.
The filthy urchin.
She's the
All
filthy
right,
urchin.
that's in Storm. Let me grab Storm. All right, Storm page 13.
Who is a filthy urchin?
The filthy urchin.
Who's
A
a Vanguard
filthy-
filthy urchin?
As a filthy urchin, the urchin is mostly for show. At this young age, you are already an accomplished thief and a master beggar. The filth you came by naturally. So we would recruit a filthy urchin into our party when we need someone small, nimble, sneaky, inexpensive, and expendable.
Excuse me.
Sorry.
Excuse me.
I was gonna say I didn't write that one, but I did
Excuse
write
Defend
it.
my honor, Papa.
Yeah, I wrote this one. Sorry. So I'll just read well, we'll do the last few questions for characters.
Offended
Call
about
me
being
Steve.
expendable.
You're not kidding about
Yeah.
that
So-
tail.
Yeah, it just
The-
goes.
The
The tail
filthy,
is serious business.
the filthy
Yeah,
urchin
oh,
is
crap.
always stealthy, so that would be one of the edges.
Mhm.
Then you have 2 more edges decided by these last 2 questions. As a master beggar, are you streetwise or dexterous?
Hey, come here. Come here. I know we go for walks, and you like the street, but are you more? You're very dexterous. Which one? Dexterous.
Dexterous. All right.
Dexterous.
Do others call you agile, fast, or keen?
Oh, fast.
Fast. All right.
Yeah.
So stealthy, dexterous, and fast.
Yeah.
Filthy urchin. So then the we already have a name. So life at sea isn't sunlight and fresh air for everyone, and seaports are often tarnished, ugly, and ramshackle. Orphans, byblows, and other ragamuffins can be found anywhere a ship docks. The filthy urchin is used to hiding in the dark corners of ships, taverns, and alleys. The cleverest stowaway on outboard vessels seeking a better life. Stowaway there is a verb, not a noun. The cleverest stowaway on outboard vessels seeking a better life. The most daring take up the dangerous life of venturing, either through coercion, desperation, or most likely ignorance. Survival is, as a beggar, often comes down to luck. Were you just lucky enough to escape the slums with your skin intact? Others know that the only luck you get in this world is the luck that you make for yourself. And that's nuts to bolts, top to bottom character creation. It takes all of 10 minutes to do a crowd of strangers at a con table. And then you immediately then turn to reading your descriptive entry, like I started this session with, and then ask the setup question, like, what are you trying to do? And how much treasure do you have? And then you enter the darkness and you are off to the races.
Yeah,
Fantastic.
it's a funnel towards the kind of game you want to play.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
And we didn't have any discussion before this game tonight about like, hey, how do any of us know each other?
Oh, yeah,
Or
no.
Why are we
No,
here?
yeah.
None
Why
of
do
that.
we want to go into this dungeon? And that was the one thing going into this game that I was like, I wonder what the hook is that is going to
Mhm.
pull us into this dungeon. And Patrick's like, hey, this is the dungeon you're going into. And I still was like, okay, but what's the
Mhm.
hook that's going to pull us in? And you say, are you here because one of you's cursed, or you've got to stop the undead? I'm like, right, that's the hook. We're all here.
Yeah.
We're all happy to be here. This works out.
Yep. It is called in our parlance, it's called a door.
Sorry,
So
not a
you,
door. Oh.
well, I mean, it's a door. So the doorway to adventure is the answer to that question. Like, why are you here? Why are we telling this story? Our characters start as fully formed, ready to go folks who already have a bevy of skills and talents. Why are we telling this story? So we don't have to level up from 1. We don't have to wait for the good levels. I love all those games, by the way, but there's a beautiful simplicity to how Mazes kicks off and starts. So yay.
All right. Well,
Yeah.
thank you very much, Patrick, for doing the
Mhm.
thing.
Which I should say the link one more time is bit.ly/grabatorch,
It should be
all
in chat.
lowercase.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Cool. I
It's
don't
a
know,
good
Daniel.
game. You should be proud.
Yeah, it was
Yeah.
great.
Thanks.
Daniel, do you have something to bring us out on, or are we just like doing the awkward like?
Bye.